We welcome you to McLean Stadium in Waco, Texas for the second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle and the 120th meeting between Baylor and TCU. Hi everybody, I'm Aidan, Pham, joined alongside Joe Pratt today, and you're listening to Baylor Football on Baylor Lariat Radio. The Baylor Bears, coming off an impressive win over Oklahoma State last week, will look to continue that streak and win their third straight consecutive conference game. And on the other hand, they started the year off 2-0, have struggled with some inconsistencies, now sit at 5-3. The Horned Frogs are also looking for their third conference win of the season. Joe, TCU last week rallied down 31-17 to beat Texas Tech 35-34. Big part of that was quarterback Josh Hoover, who's 8th in the nation in passing touchdowns, 5th in passing yards, and 6th in passing yards per game. But he has had an issue holding on to the football, and this TCU team has struggled with fumbles and turnovers all season long. What are you looking from this TCU team today?
Well, this TCU offense is definitely going to want to rely on that passing game. They really haven't been able to run the ball at all. Sonny Dykes was asked earlier on this week who is really going to emerge as that running back one. And, you know, around here in Waco and at Baylor, we weren't really sure for about 3-4 weeks who RB1 was. TCU's still trying to figure that out, and it's week 10. So that's definitely something that I'm going to be watching for throughout this game, who maybe is going to step up in that TCU running game. And if this TCU team can get a hot start offensively through the air, it's going to be really difficult for Baylor to keep up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This TCU offense averages 103 yards per game on the ground. Haven't been able to get the run game going, like you said. If you're TCU, how do you get this run game going today?
Well, I think you need to start it early, and you need to get good balance between the run game and the passing game. They're the 5th most penalized team in the Big 12, and a lot of that is on the offensive side of the ball within their offensive line especially, and that's something that Sonny Dykes also addressed earlier on this week, saying that penalties set us back, and us being not effective enough on first and second down hinders that running game, and it doesn't allow them to get it going at all.
And flipping the page, Baylor started off the season a promising 2-1 start before falling to Colorado. They're 2-4 before they knew it. Have won 2 straight and looking for their third win today, consecutive win today against Texas Tech. Sawyer Robertson had another great game last week, 3 touchdown passes and a rushing touchdown. Josh Cameron, a proven playmaker, one of Sawyer's go-to guys, and the run game, 343 yards on the ground last week. How does this Baylor offense continue this week?
Well, I think you got to go back to that running game, need to establish the running game. Something that was great that I thought that one of the writers for the Baylor Lariat on the sports desk, Jackson Posey, said that it wasn't that the running game was individual between each and every guy. It seemed like they were really building off of each other, and that's what they've been doing for the past 2 weeks. So if guys can build off of each other, if Bryson Washington can be out there on first down, second down, he can get you those 3-4 yards you need on first and second down, and then you bring in a guy like Dawson Pendergrass, and then maybe a different look with Richard Reese, and mixing it up that way, I think, keeps the defense on their toes, and it also allows those running backs to get some extra rest, and also allow them to pay a lot more attention to the passing game too, and it opens up that part of the game too. So I think you've really seen this running game open up for this Baylor offense in the last 2 weeks, especially with that offensive line creating holes and seeing a lot of rotation in those positions too, keeping guys fresh. And it seems like Baylor has been the more fresh team out there in the past few weeks, and that's why they picked up 2 straight wins, and that's what they'll be looking to do again here tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Running the ball today is going to be key. Baylor offense, 176 yards average on the ground per game this year. And then, like we said earlier, TCU ranked 5th in the nation in passing offense. And this is a Baylor defense who, throughout the entire season, has struggled defending the pass. How does Dave Aranda and this defense stop TCU's powerful pass attack today?
Well, we've seen Dave Aranda make a lot of great adjustments against defenses throughout this season, so I think it'll be really interesting to see how TCU starts out this game. Are they going to be attacking through the air, making the Baylor defense, I should say, fall back on their heels and try to take a big lead, or are they going to try to eat up a lot of the clock, contain possession, get the running game going, and be more methodical like that? I think we're set to see a shootout here, and I think we're going to see a lot of passes complete, a lot of big explosive plays. TCU tore off their 3 biggest plays of the year last weekend against Texas Tech, a rush play of 35 yards, and then 2 pass plays of above 75 yards. So I think you're going to see this Baylor secondary really tested this week. So I think that means it's huge for guys like Corey Gordon, who have done a great job in the Baylor secondary, being maybe a backup in that role, but still making an impact. Other guys like Chateau Reed hasn't been as involved, so you'd like to see him, a redshirt senior on this team, step up. He's played 8 games this year. Tevin Williams is another name that sticks out. And, of course, Caden Jenkins. He's been pretty quiet this year. We haven't said his name too much, so we'll definitely be wanting to watch a lot of those guys and how they match up against this really strong TCU wide receiver core.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This Baylor secondary definitely has a lot of talent. We've seen throughout the year David Aranda wants to go too high safety. He's going to force you to drive down the field. So just airing the ball downfield today isn't going to work. TCU really going to be tested on offense today.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you bring up, because this team is definitely going to be forced to pay attention to the run, too, because they play those 2 safeties up top, and TCU, they're going to struggle with running the ball outside, especially when you have guys like Treven Ma'ai, Garmin Randolph, Steve Linton back there, Jackie Marshall. These guys have been so solid against the run, and also didn't mention a name like Matt Jones, who has played so many games against TCU throughout his Baylor career, this being his 6th, and a guy who has just been all over the place on that Baylor defense. We saw last week him shutting down Ollie Gordon. That was just amazing to see. I think we can see some more of that this week, maybe a few more sacks on Josh Hoover, get more pressure in the backfield, but it's a good crowd that it looks like that we have on hand so far, Aidan, as the line is about to get ready to run on the field. But another blackout battle for the Blue Bonnet battle at McLean Stadium.
It's definitely going to be an exciting one, and we're going to take a quick break here on Baylor Lariat Radio. When we come back, we'll give you our keys to victory and introduce you to the starting lineup.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Hey there, Bears! Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Back from McLean Stadium in Waco, Texas, I'm Aidan, Pham, joined alongside Joe Pratt today. Baylor last week, back and forth game between Oklahoma State. They ended up winning 38-28, rushed for 343 yards on the ground, their first 300-plus game since Kansas in 2018. Did a good job limiting the run, and that was their second straight conference win. Joe, what's your key to victory for them to continue this win streak today?
Baylor needs to continue to pound the ball, keep it on the ground, establish the run game early and often, control the game, because TCU, they don't really have a run game to rely on. So Baylor, if they're able to control the clock, get the run game going, that can open up the pass game for Sawyer Robertson, and this offense should be effective against a struggling TCU defense.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to go on defense as well, but my key to victory for Baylor today is defending the pass. That's how TCU is going to beat you today, and Baylor's susceptible to that. They need to fix that today, stop the pass, force them to run, which they're not good at, and they should be on their way to another conference victory today. Yeah,
Baylor, it's going to be super important to run the ball well, stop the run, force Josh Hoover to get the ball out quickly, most importantly, and get some pressure in his face. So this is a great matchup between teams that have strengths in certain places that really combat other weaknesses that the other teams have. They're really evenly matched, and I think we're going to have a great game ahead of us right now on Saturday night.
Yeah, and TCU last week, like we said, rallied from down 31-17 against Texas Tech to post a 35-34 win, but they turned the ball over 3 times last week. What's your key to victory for TCU today?
Yeah, that's definitely it right there. Don't turn the ball over. Keep the ball moving down the field, and I think that Josh Hoover has done a great job at home passing the ball. When he has experienced struggles, it has been on the road, and it has been in hostile environments like this one. This is a Baylor crowd, probably the best one that we've seen all season, Aidan. A lot of hype around this matchup throughout the week. The Blue Bonnet Battle, first time that, with that new name at least, playing down here in McLean Stadium, but the 120th meeting between these two teams, most of any rivalry in the state of Texas. So there's a lot behind both of these fan bases and a lot of history behind both of these programs, and that's why these games are so fun. This time of year, you get these great games between rivals in Big 12 play, and really you couldn't ask for anything better on Saturday night.
Prime time on a Saturday night.
Yep.
This game was circled on many people's calendars, and we've got a big crowd today. All showed up blacked out. Baylor in their black anthracite uniforms with the yellow numbers. And my key to victory for TCU today is going to be pressuring the quarterback, force Sawyer to get rid of it quickly. Sawyer Robertson is probably playing with some of the most confidence he's ever had this season. If you pressure him, force him to get rid of the ball quickly, you're going to force some uncharacteristic turnovers and mistakes.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Sawyer Robertson is a guy who has performed a lot better in the last 2 weeks because of that running game, which is what we've been talking about. Also, the offensive line being more consistent. And so if you're able to get the running game going, hopefully that'll allow him to settle in, not have to get rid of the ball too quickly, not have the offense be too one-dimensional the way that we saw it earlier on in week 2, week 3 in the season. And he should be all right in this game.
And as the Baylor Bears run out of the tunnel, we'll give you a quick look at the starting lineups for today. At running back, Baylor, running back by committee room, led by number 30, Bryson Washington out of Franklin, Texas, followed behind by 29, Richard Reese, and Dawson Pendergrass, who last week had a career-high 142 yards and a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, this running back room, as you mentioned, over 300 yards last week, which is something that was by committee, and they've relied a lot on Sawyer Robertson running the football too, and that's another big threat for this offense.
Yeah, and starting at quarterback today, the kid out of Lubbock, Texas, who last week threw for 222 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception, Sawyer Robertson.
Sawyer Robertson, a guy who has given this offense an identity, has thrown the ball all over the place as this Baylor crowd is giving it to the TCU Horned Frogs, who run on the opposite corner of the field that we're positioned right now in those all-white uniforms. But back to Sawyer Robertson, somebody who's playing TCU for the first time in his career at home, so definitely a lot behind this game for him. We saw the way he performed 2 weeks ago in his hometown of Lubbock, and now a lot more meaning behind this game 2 weeks later against TCU.
And for wide receivers, number 11, Ketron Jackson, back after being out last week. Also, Hal Presley, who had a touchdown catch last week, and Josh Cameron, who leads the team in touchdown receptions, and Monterey Baldwin as well, number 4, followed by Ashton Hawkins.
Yeah, Hal Presley, Ketron Jackson, both listed as probable before the game. Ketron Jackson, a guy who has really not been a factor offensively this year at all, so you'd really like to see him eclipse that 9 reception mark that he's at right now, 165 yards, 2 touchdown grabs in his 6 games played. You'd like to see him step up.
At tight end today, it's going to be Michael Trigg, number 1, the redshirt junior transfer from USC. And on the offensive line from left to right, starting at left tackle, number 69, Sidney Fugar, who made the transition to left tackle mid-season due to the struggles at that position. Ryan Lingell will get the start at left guard. Colton Price has been the center all season long. Omar Ibedion, number 68, the 6'3", 310 junior at right guard, and Campbell Barrington at right tackle today for the Bears.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how that left side of the line does, especially with the run today.
Taking a look at TCU on defense. At the edge position, starting is number 54, Nana Osafo-Mensah. 19 tackles on the year, the senior. And number 90 at defensive tackle, Caleb Fox, the transfer out of Stephen F. Austin, making his 21st straight start in the last 2 years today. Nose tackle number 95, Marcus Deals, started the last 4 games, the redshirt freshman. And rounding out that defensive line at edge, number 11, Devin Deal, the transfer to Tulane, leads TCU with 3.5 sacks.
Yeah, had 2 sacks last week. A guy who's playing behind the injured Cooper McDonald. Devin Deal and his brother Marcus Deal, stalwarts on that TCU defensive line.
Taking a look at that linebacker spot, number 4, Nnamdi Obiazar, the transfer from Iowa Western Community College. 9 tackles last week, the 6'3" senior. And at middle linebacker, number 57, Johnny Hodges, transferred from Navy. 8 tackles last week against Tech, leads the team with 58 tackles.
It's a linebacker room that has some very dynamic guys in Johnny Hodges, Nnamdi Obiazar, and Abe Kamara, who plays that nosebacker position, and Baylor is going to kick it away here.
We'll get back to the starting lineups in just a second. As Baylor will kick off, that's going to be Jack Stone. Back deep for TCU is Jordan Bailey and Trey Sanders. Stone gets ready to boot it from right to left, south to north. And this Baylor crowd getting into it. As Jack Stone gets set, boots it away for the second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle. Jordan Bailey will let it bounce into the back of the end zone. And Josh Hoover and TCU will get started from their own 25-yard line.
Kicking with the wind there, so this TCU offense going against the wind, which is in our face, blowing from southeast to northeast at 22 miles an hour with the gusts, and it settles down to about 13 miles an hour regularly, but the wind clearly going to be a factor in today's game.
On 1st and 10 from their own 25, Hoover in the gun, Battle to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 on near. Battle takes a snap, fires down the line. That's complete to JoJo Richardson, who makes a couple man miss before being tracked down on the play by Carl Williams, the star safety. Gain of about 4 on the play. Brings up second down.
Make it 36 straight games for J.P. Richardson with at least 1 reception. One of the most consistent guys on this TCU offense. His 37th of the year in his 9th game, now above 420 yards receiving.
From the 28, 14:34 on the clock. Hoover in the gun. And it's a direct snap to Savion Williams, the receiver, and he'll take it himself off the Wildcat, but quickly wrapped up on the play after a gain of 2. He's down at the 31-yard line. Brings up 3rd and 4, 14-12 on the clock from the 31-yard line. Hoover in the pistol, Battle lined up to his right. 2 receivers lined up close to that offensive line, 1 to the near side. Hoover claps his hands, takes the snap, drops back, looks over the middle. A lot of time in the pocket, now being pressured, and he fires to the right side, intended for Jack Beck on the play, and that's incomplete. Baylor goes 3 straight plays and stops the TCU offense.
And 3rd down and 4, they only brought 3 up against Josh Hoover there, and they still got pressure on him, and then he throws across his body. Jack Beck came open for a second, but then Caden Jenkins quickly recuperated, dove, and reached in with his right arm to swat that one away.
Quick stop from the Bear defense, and Ethan Kroll out there to punt. He boots it left to right, and back deep is Josh Cameron for the Bears. Went all the way back to his own 10, made a couple cuts, and some room in front of him before going down at the 20-yard line, which is where Sawyer Robertson and company will get things started today for the Bears.
Flag came out on the play, but just an amazing job by Josh Cameron to turn nothing into something and move about 15 yards further up than the offense would have been had he been tackled back where he caught it around the 9-yard line. But let's take a look at what this penalty is.
Our referee today, David Alvarez, as we await the call. Flags down around the 20-yard line, around where Cameron was taken down.
Yeah, both of these teams take a lot of penalties. Saw a lot last week.
Holding on the Bears will back them up 10 yards. .13:39 on the clock. Robertson in the gun. Robertson in the gun, 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near. Claps his hands, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, fires right side, and that's intended for Hal Presley before being shoved out of bounds on the play around the 20-yard line.
Yeah, quick out route by Presley, was on an island out there working on the cornerback Channing Canada. Easy pickup on 1st down of 6 yards.
On 2nd down, Washington lined up to his left, takes the snap, hands off to Washington, bounces, trying to take it off the right side. Quickly wrapped up on the play by Travis Jackson. Short gain on the play brings up 3rd down and 1. 13 on the clock from the 19-yard line. Robertson in the gun, Washington lined up to his right, takes the snap, hands off to Washington, who takes it up the middle and quickly met, but should be able to get the 1st down at extra effort.
Yeah, Washington runs up to the offensive line, is patient, cuts to his right, he bounces off of his right his right guard. And now a pause before this 1st down play as a member of the TCU defensive line is down. But just a great job by Bryson Washington to be patient in the backfield, wait a second for the play to develop, and then he lowers the shoulder on Bud Clark, who is the free safety for TCU, in on the run blitz there. And Washington just overpowers him to gain about 4 yards there and bring up a 1st and 10 from the Bears' own 24-yard line. They started deep from their own territory, and so they're going to need to develop that run, work the clock a little bit on this drive. But the first stoppage of today's game as a TCU injury, and a member of their defensive line is trying to get up right around that 24-yard line.
Yeah, it's hard to spot what number it is. We'll try to get that for you. But Baylor on their first drive doing a good job mixing the pass and run, 2 runs, 1 pass.
Yeah, I think what I'm looking for here is how much of Dawson Pendergrass are we going to see in this drive? How much are they going to establish that rotation of the running backs in this game? Or are they going to kind of go riding the hot hand kind of with Bryson Washington, which we've really seen them do a lot in the past, or at the start of games recently since he's became that RB1?
Yeah, and that connection between Sawyer Robertson and his receiver, that's the beauty we've been seeing develop all season long.
Yeah, Hal Presley was asked earlier on in the year what the chemistry is like with Sawyer Robertson and how that has developed since Robertson has got here, and Presley said that they've had chemistry ever since he got to Baylor, and even though Hal Presley was injured for most of last year, only played in 4 games, they still kept that chemistry because of the amount of work that they put in off the field. And Aidan, I think we've really seen that come to fruition on the field, especially this season with the way that they've had such a strong connection this year, not only with Hal Presley, also Josh Cameron, and it really just shows you the impact a guy can have when he is in the locker room for a few years longer than just 1 year being a transfer, having to learn a whole new system. Josh Cameron, Hal Presley, guys who have been in this system for a while and under a solid quarterback too.
Yeah, and Sawyer also praised Hal Presley as a leader. He says that guy pushes everyone, and when you have a guy in the locker room who pushes you, works so hard, and you see that rubs off on everyone.
Yeah, it's true. They keep saying it's contagious, you know, that care factor. And people say on the defensive side of the ball, Matt Jones is like that. So there are a lot of guys and a lot of leaders on this team that have stepped up. And, you know, Aidan, I know you weren't around last year being a freshman, but a big question was who's the leader in the locker room? Who's the guy who steps up and is that vocal leader? It seems like nobody was really the guy last year, and not too many guys had that care factor that everybody talks about. But this year it's very evident who those guys are, and I mean, it's so transparent when you have those guys in the locker room, and then it translates to the field so much better, and it's a big reason as to why they have 4 wins now and only got 3 a year ago.
We get ready to resume play here at McLean Stadium. 12:37 on the clock. Baylor from their own 24. It's 1st and 10. Robertson in the gun. Washington lined up to his right. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson claps his hands, doesn't get the snap. Now gets it the second clap. Drops back. Dumps it off to Bryson Washington, who's got some room in front of him, past the 30, and around the 35 is where he's taken down on the play.
Just a little swing pass to Washington on the emergency valve, and nobody's really there to guard him, so he has free running room for about 10 yards, and they pick up a first down.
On 1st and 10, Robertson in the gun, takes the snap, hands off to Washington. Found a gap up the middle, makes a cut, and taken down at the 50-yard line on the yellow BU logo. Tripped up on the play by Caleb Elons-Orr.
It was a great block by Michael Trigg on the right side of the O-line to handle Johnny Hodges, the middle linebacker, to open up that hole, and the Bears are in TCU territory.
Robertson in the gun, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, in the pocket, fires right side, pass complete to Ashton Hawkins, and taken down on the play by Johnny Hodges at the 34-yard line. Another first down for Baylor.
Washington just checked out for the freshman Joseph Hageman. He's in the game now.
11:20 on the clock. It's 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson in the gun. Back lined up to his left. Takes a snap, hands off to Pendergrass. Pendergrass quickly met and dragged down. Short gain of about 2 on the play. Brings up 2nd down.
Oh, excuse me, Aidan, that is a number 35. Yeah, Pendergrass in the game for the first time. And it seems like they've been going to the right side of that offensive line with these runs.
10:52 on the clock. 2nd and 8 from the 32-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson in the gun. Pendergrass to his left. Robertson now motions the receivers to the other side, claps his hands, takes a snap, drops back, looks left. Now fires to the left side at just high for his receiver, Dawson Pendergrass.
Robertson was running out of time there. Couldn't deliver a perfect throw to Pendergrass. It was over his head, and unfortunately for Pendergrass, he took a big hit in the process. That was Lamarion James to lay down the hit.
3rd and 8, 10:35 in the first quarter. From the 32-yard line, Bears go 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson with Pendergrass lined up to his right. Robertson claps his hands, doesn't get the snap. Now claps the second time, gets the snap. Pressure by Zachary Thompson up the middle. Robertson rolling left and sacked on the play by Johnny Hodges, the middle linebacker. A big loss on third down. And that'll push the Bears outside of field goal range. Let's see what...
Excuse me, Aidan, sorry to cut you off there, but as you mentioned, it was Zachary Chapman to really push through the center Colton Price and cause that confusion behind the line of scrimmage for Sawyer Robertson, and he just ran right into the arms of Johnny Hodges.
4th and 17, 9:57 in the first quarter. Bears will punt as Palmer Williams is out there. Back deep is J.P. Richardson, as it'll be down at the 5-yard line. Good job by Palmer Williams pinning this TCU offense deep.
The best punter in the Big 12 shows us why right there, Aidan. Punting with the wind, too. As we mentioned, 13 miles an hour from southeast, so a little bit helping him and kicking to that right corner, too, so the wind kind of bringing it back further towards the uprights in the middle of the field, and an excellent job done right there, and also by the upmen to run up and grab that thing inside the 5.
1st and 10 from the 5-yard line, 9:43 in the first quarter. Hoover in the pistol. And it's actually going to be Savion Williams in the Wildcat under center here. He takes the snap, hands it off to Battles. Battles gains about 3 on the play, brings up 2nd down. And Joe, that's the 2nd time today we've seen Savion Williams at quarterback.
Yeah, Savion Williams kind of in a pistol formation, if you will, with the quarterback behind him. Interesting, just trying to get out of the shadow of the goalpost here.
Hoover on 2nd down takes the snap, fires left side, complete on the play to Savion Williams before a host of Bears fly up to bring him down. Close to the 1st down, but they're going to mark him just short. 3rd down coming up with 9:04 in the first quarter.
Wildcat here.
3rd and 1.
The Wildcat.
Brett Battles at the quarterback. He takes the snap and takes it up the middle himself and gets the 1st down before being wrapped up on the play by Matt Jones. 8:30, 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Hoover now back in the shotgun. Running back on either side takes the snap. Hoover fires down the line. Savion Williams got a lot of room in front of him, gets a block, and he's pushed out of bounds around the 50-yard line at the 48.
Savion Williams, 2 of those huge plays last week that we mentioned in the pregame show, 35-yard TD run and then a 75-yard TD grab against Texas Tech, and already having a big impact on this game today.
Hoover hands off to Battles, who's got a lot of space on the left side before being chopped down by Corey Gordon. Brings up 2nd down, gain of around 6 on the play. Excuse me, it's going to be 2nd and 6, 7:40 from the 48-yard line.
Full changes for the Bears on the defensive line. Trey Wilson, Cooper Lance check back in. Also, Kyan Roberts-Day.
3 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near. Hoover in the shotgun, empty backfield. Takes the snap, drops back. A lot of time in the pocket, fires over the middle. And taken down inside the 10-yard line.
Oh, that's the tight end, DJ Rogers. 6'4", 250 pounds, but can move well. Number 0 running across the middle of the field. Had an 8-yard touchdown grab last week against Texas Tech, his 2nd of his career, and has started to become more of an X-factor on this offense in the past few weeks.
Hoover fires in the middle of the field, and the catch is made. making the catch with one hand, and TCU draws first blood.
The redshirt freshman Jordan Bailey finds a soft spot in the middle of the zone, in the middle of the back of the end zone, leaps up and makes an unbelievable one-handed grab with his right hand, secures it as he's falling to the ground. Wow, Aidan, that is an unbelievable catch for a touchdown. Wow, that's got to be one of the best plays in a great day of college football today.
That was an unbelievable catch. As it's 6:42, out to attempt the extra point is Kyle Lemmerman. And the kick is up and through the uprights. TCU leads 7-0 over the Bears. We'll take a quick break as you're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Hey there, Bears! Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Back from McLean Stadium, 6:42 in the first quarter. TCU went down on a 7-play, 95-yard drive that ended in a touchdown. And 3:01 on that drive as Baylor will get another chance to go down and score.
Well, it was that deep pass by Josh Hoover down the middle to DJ Rogers for 40 yards down to the Baylor 23, and that sets up the pass to Jordan Bailey in the end zone for the redshirt freshman. TCU has a 7-0 lead.
Hoover 5 for 6, 86 yards and a touchdown at the moment. Kyle Lemmerman will kick it off. Back deep for Baylor. Michael Allen along with Jamal Bell. Gets set to boot it from left to right, end over end, and it falls out of bounds. Flag will come out, and Baylor will get good starting position on this drive. Sawyer Robertson last week, the first Baylor quarterback to have 3 passing touchdowns and a 40-yard rushing touchdown since RG3. Big game for him last week.
And that should have been a trivia question.
Bears will start from their own 35-yard line. 6:42 in the first quarter, 1st and 10. Robertson in the gun. Washington lined up to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson takes the snap, hands off to Washington, who takes it up the middle, gets through 1 block, and wrapped up by a host of Horned Frogs at the 41-yard line.
You know, but even though he's hit at the line of scrimmage, he still gets a great push from his O-line, keeps those legs churning, and they pick up 5-6 yards there on first down.
Gain of 6 on first down, brings up 2nd and 4 with 6:20 on the clock. Robertson in the gun. Washington stays in there. He's lined up to Robertson's left. Robertson takes the snap, fakes the handoff, fires right side, complete to Josh Cameron, tight roping the sideline before falling out of bounds. And they're actually going to mark him all the way back at the 48-yard line.
Still going to give him the first down. You said it best, partner. It's just tight roping that line, and it really doesn't look like on the replay screen that he went out.
Robertson takes the snap, hands off to Washington, and upended on the play by Abe Kamara, the nickel back.
Only cost him about 5 yards there, so Baylor not wanting to attempt a challenge.
It's 2nd and 8, 5:35 in the first quarter. From the 46-yard line, 1 receiver to the far side, 3 to the near. Robertson with Washington lined up to his left. Takes a snap, hands off to Washington, up the middle, and quickly wrapped up, but not after gaining a gain of 3 on the play. Nnamdi Obiazar, the Will linebacker, came up to wrap him up. 3rd and 4, 5:10 on the clock from the 42-yard line. Robertson with Washington lined up to his right. 1 receiver to the far side, 2 to the near. Tight end lined up to the right of that offensive line, takes the snap, goes back to Washington, now up the middle once again, and taken down on the play by Timon Mitchell, number 91. And that's good for another Bear first down.
Washington so far, 33 yards on 5 attempts, and he checks out of the game for Pendergrass.
From the TCU 37-yard line, it's 1st and 10 with 4:30 in the first quarter. 1 receiver to the far side, 3 to the near. Robertson with Pendergrass lined up to his left. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, drops back, fires over the middle, dumps it off to Michael Trigg. Trigg past the 35 and taken down around the 21-yard line. Picked up about 16 on the play, gives the Bears another first down. Robertson in the gun with Pendergrass lined up to his right. 1 receiver to the far side, that's Cameron with 2 to the near. Robertson now directs Pendergrass to his left, claps his hands, takes the snap, hands off to Pendergrass, up the middle once again, and taken down on the play by Caleb Elons-Orr. Bears doing a lot of running in between tackles today.
Yeah, you got Bryson Washington, Dawson Pendergrass, your more up the middle physical running guys. Richard Reese, Dominic Richardson, maybe more your outside shiftier guys that can make some moves in space, and you just really got to like the way that offensive line, particularly Colton Price, the center, paving the way for these running backs to get 4 or 5 yards consistently.
2 tight ends lined up tight to the right side of that offensive line. Now Robertson takes the snap, drops back. A lot of time in the pocket. He'll take off himself up the middle and taken down by Max Carroll at the 12-yard line.
It's just a great job again done by Ryan Lingell, the left guard, backup left guard really, and he just pushes the defensive line. I believe that was tough to tell who that was down there. Yeah, it was Caleb Fox there on the replay. He was just pushed to the other side of the line so Robertson could just rush straight up that left guard position and pick up a big gain on 2nd down.
2 receivers to the far side. Bears go jumbo. Robertson in the pistol with Washington lined up to his right. Bears fans not happy with the delayed snap as TCU gets an opportunity to sub their own guys in. Timeout called by Dave Arenda and the Bears.
Yeah, Baylor forced to call a timeout there.
And right, we'll take a quick break here from McLean Stadium. 2:21 left in the first quarter. TCU leads 7-0.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
With Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting. Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Back from McLean Stadium in Waco, Texas. Baylor down 7-0 to TCU in the second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle. Hi everybody, I'm Aidan, Pham, joined alongside Joe Pratt today. Baylor at the TCU 12-yard line, knocking on the door.
Baylor needing a score right here after TCU scored on the last drive. Really, you're going to have to go blow for blow with TCU, a team that can score quickly as we saw on the last drive with explosive plays. So be interesting to see what Baylor comes out with here on 3rd down and 1 from the left hash and the 12-yard line of TCU.
Both teams come out of their huddle. Robertson's in the gun. Washington the back. He's lined up to Robertson's right. One receiver to the far side, two to the near. Tight end tucked to the left side of that offensive line as Robertson on 3rd and 1 takes the snap, hands off to Washington, takes it up the middle, got a nice block from Gavin Gates, and that's enough for a first down. Gain of 2 on the play.
Another great job by Ryan Langell, this time going to the left side of the Baylor offensive line, the right side of the TCU defensive line. They pick up another first down.
First and goal, 1:58 in the first quarter from the 8-yard line. Robertson in the gun, Washington lined up to his right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson takes the snap, hands off to Washington, and he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Bears! An 8-yard rushing touchdown from Bryson Washington, and Baylor strikes back.
Well, you brought it up earlier on in the drive, Aidan. 13 rushes for the Bears so far today. I think 12 of them were up the middle. That one goes to the outside. Bryson Washington able to create some space and just walk into the end zone for 6 points.
Isaiah Hankins on to attempt the extra point. Snap from Grimes, hold from Williams. Kick is up, and it's through the upright. Baylor TCU tied at 7.
Just a great response from that TCU drive. That was only a couple of minutes, 4 plays for them, and then Baylor responds 10 plays, 65 yards, 4 minutes, 54 seconds, all ending in that sweep run with Bryson Washington, who was able to make one man miss on a great job, and a great block by Colton Price. That offensive line doing a phenomenal job so far today to create holes for this running game, particularly Bryson Washington, who just rushes in there for his 4th touchdown as a Baylor Bear.
Washington at the moment, and still in the first quarter, 9 rushes for 54 yards. He rushed for a career high 17 times last week.
And this is the start that you really wanted to see, though. I mean, TCU pulling off some explosive plays, Baylor responding with a long drive, and Aidan, we're well in this game, in the rivalry. It feels good. This is a good one. We're going to have a great rest of the 3 quarters of the game that we have left after the 1:48 to play in the first Q.
Yeah, what an environment here at McLean Stadium tonight as Jack Stone gets ready to boot it from right to left, end over end. And Jordan Bailey's just going to let that one bounce into the back of the end zone. Josh Hoover and the TCU offense will get things started from the 25-yard line. First and 10, the 25, 1:48 in the first quarter. Hoover and the Horned Frogs in their huddle. Hoover on first and 10 in the shotgun. Cook lined up to his left, takes a snap, drops back. Hoover forced to roll right, being chased by Trevin Maiai, and was able to get rid of it. As the pass is hit, penalty markers down as Hoover, being pressured on the play, got the pass off to J.P. Richardson. And we'll wait the call from our ref today, David Alvarez. And the call is a hold on the TCU offense, backs them up all the way to the 15-yard line. 136-cent ticket from the 15-yard line. It's first and 20. Hoover in the shotgun. Williams lined up to his left, 1 receiver to the far side, 3 to the near. Now Hoover with the empty backfield fires down the line to Savion Williams, breaks 2 tackles before finally being pushed down by Keaton Thomas. Good gain on first down of 12, and second and 8 coming up. 1:03 on the clock from the 27. TCU taking their time in the huddle. As they now break, Hoover, the quarterback, goes out wide to the left side. That's Savion Williams again in the Wildcat. Claps his hands, takes a snap, hands it off to J.P. Richardson. Actually, Williams is going to keep it himself off the right side. And some misdirection from TCU on this drive.
Yeah, misdirection from the former QB out of Marshall, Texas High School, was a QB in high school, Savion Williams there, the senior. 6'5", 225 wide receiver. And now an empty set on third down.
Third and 1, 20 seconds in the first quarter. 4 receivers split to the left side. Hoover under center, takes a snap, pushes up the middle himself, and that should be enough for a first down. Josh Hoover on the keeper on 3rd and 1.
Yeah, just did what he needed to do. Great push from the offensive line, and that brings us to the end of the first quarter.
And with that, we'll take a break as you're listening to Baylor Football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
With Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch your latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Hey there, Bears! Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
We welcome you back to McLean Stadium in Waco, Texas. Hi, everybody. I'm Aidan, Pham, joined alongside Joe Pratt, and you're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio. It's the second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle, and Baylor and TCU are tied at 7 as we get ready to start the second quarter. TCU with the ball from their own 36-yard line. It's 2nd and 1.
Well, we're seeing this kind of one-dimensional offense that TCU has. 6 attempts in the run game, 24 yards, 7 pass attempts for Josh Hoover. He's 6 of 7, 98 yards with a touchdown.
First down, it's Savion Williams once again in the backfield. Now he motions out. That's Hoover in the shotgun with Cam Cook lined up to his right. Takes a snap, hands off to Cook on first down. Up the middle before being wrapped up by Caden Jenkins and his fellow Bears. Second down, 14:40 to go from the 37-yard line. Hoover in the shotgun, Cook lined up to his right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Hoover takes a snap, drops back, pump fakes, now rolls left. Fires, and they're going to call it a completed pass. Drake Dabney, the tight end on the receiving end, the Baylor transfer. It's 3rd and 6, 14-10 in the second quarter from the 41-yard line. Hoover with Cook lined up to his right, 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near. Cook now motions out. Hoover takes a snap, being pressured by Cooper Lenz, forced to roll left. now fires near side and making the catch, but did he get a foot inbounds? And they're going to call it incomplete. A good stop on third down in large part to Cooper Lance.
Cooper Lance just unblocked straight up the middle into the face of Josh Hoover. Also had some help from Trey Wilson, also pushing Josh Hoover to his weak side, really to his left arm side, so had to open up, throw deep down the sideline. It was incomplete.
Ethan Cross punt high in the air, and it'll fall out of bounds as it'll be spotted around the 25 when we come back, as we'll take a quick break here from McLean Stadium, as you're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Back here at McLean Stadium in Waco, Texas, Baylor and TCU tied at 7. It's 13:45 in the second quarter from the 25-yard line as Baylor prepares to start their drive. Sawyer Robertson 5 for 6 on the day, 58 yards. And Bryson Washington carrying the heavy load today with 9 attempts, 54 yards, and that 1 to 8-yard rushing touchdown.
Yeah, I wonder if this drive we'll see a bit more of Dawson Pendergrass or if we'll still see Bryson Washington, who's to tell. But right now it's going to be Dawson Pendergrass right now at the 25-yard line. Baylor will be moving from left to right.
Both teams coming outside of their huddle. It's Robertson on 1st and 10 from the 25. Pendergrass lined up to his right. 2 receivers to the far side. Cameron, the lone man, to the near. Gavin Yates to the left of that offensive line. Robertson takes a snap, takes the handoff to Pendergrass, fires over the middle and just high for Josh Cameron, his intended receiver.
TCU bringing 6 there on 1st down. Man coverage with Josh Cameron just out of his reach on the quick throw from Robertson.
2nd and 10, 13:41 from the 25-yard line. Robertson with Pendergrass to his right. 1 receiver to the far side, 3 to the near. As Hawkins motions a little closer to that offensive line, Robertson takes the snap, drops back, fires right side, complete to Gavin Yates, and shoved out of bounds on the play by Nnamdi Obiazor. Third down coming up. A pickup of 5 on the play as it's 13:25 on the 30-yard line. Robertson talking to his offensive lineman. Now back into the shotgun. Pendergrass lined up to his left. One receiver to the far side, two to the near. Ashton Hawkins motions to the near side. Robertson claps his hands, takes a snap, drops back. Looks right, fires right, and Josh Cameron makes the catch before going out of bounds around the 37-yard line.
Now about 8 yards on the out route to Josh Cameron. The ball was perfectly placed by Sawyer Robertson far out in front of him. He had to reach far out in front of him and tap his foot down to stay in bounds and pick up the first down.
First down, Robertson takes a snap, hands off to Pendergrass, who goes up the middle. Pendergrass on the carry, met by a host of TCU white jerseys, brings up second down. Second and 7, 12:20 in the second quarter from the 40-yard line. One receiver to the far side, two to the near. Robertson in the gun with Pendergrass lined up to his left. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Looks left, now middle. Robertson pressure, being forced to roll right now. Flag comes out, and Robertson fires to the right side. Intended for Ashton Hawkins. A lot of physical battle there. No flag comes out, but there's a flag in the backfield, Joe.
Yeah, I think it's going to be on Campbell Barrington, the right guard, who was holding a TCU defender on the ground.
And you're exactly right. Campbell Barrington, number 53, the right tackle, guilty of the holding call.
Well, I think it was Devin Deal, the edge rusher, and Campbell Barrington kind of spun him around, did a good job keeping him in front of him, but then when Deal fell down, Barrington just kind of puts both of his hands on top of him, doesn't allow him to stand up.
Backs him up to the 30-yard line where it's second and 17. Robertson in the gun with Pendergrass to his left, motions a receiver to the other side. That's Monterey Baldwin, takes the snap, fires left side, and a high catch, and Michael Trigg with one hand, unable to haul it in.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been able to grab that one,
They
but
call that a catch?
A couple of yards out of bounds. I think if he did catch it, it would have been about a yard or two out of bounds. Yeah, he bobbled it, and then no, he never caught that ball.
Third and a long 17, 11:57 in the second quarter from the 30-yard line. Robertson in the shotgun. Pendergrass the back line up to the right. Bears go two receivers to the far side, two to the near. Robertson now motions Pendergrass outside, takes a snap, fires down the line, and hit his chest, and it's incomplete. Ashton Hawkins brings up fourth down, and the Bears will punt.
Just trying to get some space there with the screen pass on 3rd and 17. Something they did really well last week against Oklahoma State with getting blockers in front of them with wide receivers. That time off the hands of Ashton Hawkins. And now Palmer Williams will be out there punting into the wind.
Williams standing around the 15-yard line, takes the snap, boots it away with his right foot. And deep back there, J.P. Richardson catches it and is out of bounds around the 17-yard line. We'll take a quick break here from McLean Stadium as TCU and Baylor tied at 7.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch your latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
We welcome you back to McLean Stadium where it's 11:46 on the clock, second quarter. Baylor getting ready to start the drive from the 19-yard line as TCU Baylor both tied at 7. Both teams in their respective huddles as Baylor on the day. Scorer Robertson 7 for 11, 70 yards in the air. Washington leads the running backs with 9 carries, 54 yards, followed right behind by Dawson Pendergrass with 8 yards. No Dominic Richardson today. First and 10, 11:46 in the second quarter. Their own 19-yard line. Hoover and the Horned Frogs huddled up around the 15-yard line. As big Linus Noel out there, Trevin Mayi, Jackie Robinson as Hoover in the pistol. Cook back lined up in the I formation right behind him. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Hoover takes a snap, takes the handoff, drops back, pressure off the edge, and fires into double coverage intended for Jack Beck on the play. It's incomplete, brings up 2nd and 10.
That was a great job by Josh Hoover just to get rid of that ball. Kind of almost a coverage sack there, but you're right. It was Devin Lemire, and I think that was Snacks Johnson there on the coverage. Just blanketing Jack Beck. It was Carl Williams and Devin Lemire.
2nd and 10 from the 19. Hoover with Cook lined up to his right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Hoover takes a snap, hands off to Cook, who takes it off the right side and wrapped up on the play by, initially it was Caden Jenkins, the cornerback, before Keaton Thomas, the linebacker, flew in there.
Just the second carry of the game for Cam Cook, who's on the depth chart at least designated as their #1 running back. Nothing doing there.
11:15 in the second quarter, and it's 3rd down. Hoover in the shotgun with Cook lined up to his right. 1 receiver to the far side, 2 to the near. Tight end lined up to the right of the offensive line. Takes the snap, drops back. Bears blitz, fires over the middle, and bobbling and unable to make the catch is Savion Williams. And Joe, he had a lot of space in front of him if he would have made that catch.
Oh, that would have been a house call all the way for Savion Williams. It's just off of his fingertips. He bobbled it one more time while it was in the air, and then he knew it before it even touched the ground that he cost himself the lead and cost his team the lead in this game. It was another heavy blitz from the Bears up the middle, man coverage all the way. He was wide open, and the Bears escaped that one.
Dave Aranda visibly frustrated on the sideline. He knew that play should have been a touchdown. Bears are lucky as here's Josh Cameron, who makes it at the 20 and bounces around past the 30, taking it down around the 35-yard line. It was spotted at the 36-yard line. What a return from Josh Cameron.
See a lot of that pushing and shoving after every play, especially on special teams like we did last week against Oklahoma State, Aidan, and those are really the things that are much more evident in these games once you get further into November. Not so much earlier on in September, but these conference games, these guys really want to win. These are big games, and it's really showing right now.
From their own 36, 10:42 in the second quarter, Robertson takes a snap, hands off to Washington, bounces around up the middle, and dragged down along the right hash by Johnny Hodges, the middle linebacker. Gain of about 4 on the play brings up second down. 10:22 and ticking in the second quarter. Robertson with Washington lined up to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Takes the snap, takes the handoff. Robertson pressure in his face now, rolling right, and he'll take off past the 45 and drag down. And did he lose the football? And Troy Robertson on the keeper, down around the 47-yard line. Good for a Baylor first down.
Yeah, might have lost the football as he fell down to the ground there, but he was the one who popped up with it. Tough as always, too. Just pops up after every single time he goes down and keeps this offense moving. Under 10 minutes to go in the first half.
First and 10, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson in the gun with Washington. He's to the left. Takes the snap, hands off to Washington. Washington patient running up the middle before being met initially on the play by Cam Smith. And it'll be a no gain on the play.
Yeah, the transfer out of Memphis, playing in just his 4th game this season, making the big stop there. Nobody has really been able to stop Bryson Washington in his tracks like that. Strong push there from Smith.
9 minutes left in the second quarter. It's 2nd and 8 from the 50-yard line. Robertson in the gun with Washington, who's lined up to his right. Takes the snap, drops back. Robertson airs one down the middle. Flag comes out, and diving forward but unable to make the catch is Hal Presley. There's 2 flags down on the field around the 20-yard line.
Well, it was Bud Clark, the free safety, covering him. Some hand fighting going on between those two as he was running his route. It was a double move, fake to the corner, and then a post to the middle.
And a hold on the defense will give the Bears an automatic first down. 8:50 left in the second quarter. A fresh set of downs from their 40-yard line. It's 1st and 10. Robertson with Washington, the back, lined up to his left. Gavin Yates, the tight end, to the right of the offensive line. 1 receiver to the near side, 2 to the far. Robertson takes the snap, hands off to Washington, bounces off the tackle, takes another cut, past the 20, at the 10, 5, touchdown, Bears! A 40-yard rushing touchdown from Bryson Washington, and the Bears take a 13-7 lead over TCU.
Washington to the house for the 2nd time today. Aidan navigates through the line, then makes a big cut at the 30-yard line, loses the TCU defender. It was a race to the pylon. He beats Bud Clark there, and on the right side, he picks up his 2nd TD of the day. The Bears take a 13-7 lead.
Extra point from Isaiah Hankins is up and through the upright as Baylor leads 14-7 over TCU. 8:41 left in the second quarter. We'll take a quick break. As
flag down, it seems.
Down.
Yeah, they're going to do it again. It's on Baylor, so they'll back it up. Hawkins will try the extra point again, make it a little bit longer, but yeah, as you said, trying to make this a 14-7 lead.
Backed up to the 8-yard line. Snap from Grimes, hold from Williams, kick up from Hankins. And it's no good. It sailed far to the left side, and with extra wind today, you gotta think that might have been a factor.
Yeah, it might have been there as it misses on the side that kind of the wind is pushing the ball towards, and he kind of just hooks it to the right there. And Hankins has had some struggles with field goals this year, hasn't really had much problems with extra points. 27 of 27, now 27 of 28, and it's a 13-7 lead for the Bears.
And with that, we'll take a quick break here at McLean Stadium. Baylor leads 13-7 over TCU.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all of the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
We're back from McLean Stadium as Baylor just capped off a 4-play, 64-yard drive with a Bryson Washington 40-yard touchdown in 2 minutes. The extra point from Isaiah Hankins was no good, as Jack Stone gets ready to boot it from left to right. Back deep for the Horned Frogs is Jordan Bailey and Trey Sanders. 8:41 left in the second quarter. As the packed out all-black crowd here at McLean Stadium gets into it. Stone boots it left to right, end over end. And Jordan Bailey will let it bounce to the back of the end zone once again. Josh Hoover and TCU will get things started from their own 25, trying to respond. Hoover on the day, 7 for 11, 102 yards and 1 touchdown. Here's Hoover on 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side. Hoover now motions out to the left side. That's Savion Williams, who takes it himself off the Wildcat, off the right side, and gets a good gain on 1st down. As Joe, we've talked about how the TCU Horned Frogs struggle to run the ball. Today we've seen the Wildcat, and it's mostly worked today for them.
Sonny Dykes trying to find different ways to get guys involved and get this running game going, and that's seemingly been the best strategy.
Hoover on 1st down fires to the right side as Jack Beck finds some room before being taken out of bounds at the 44-yard line.
Now, Aidan, you played offensive line in high school. Remind me, is there a word for when all the O-linemen dive down and try to just chip block all the D linemen?
Well, at my school, we called that a chip block.
A chip block?
A cut block, yeah.
Well, that's what TCU just did on that play to open up the screen, and it was really effective.
Hoover in the empty backfield, takes a snap, fires down the line. Savion Williams chopped down on the play by Devin Bobby, who flew up from his strong safety position. Bobby this year. That's his 43rd tackle. Leads the secondary in tackles. As it's 2nd and 7, 7:30 in the second quarter from the 41. Hoover with the empty backfield. One receiver to the far side, two to the near. Takes a snap, drops back, dumps it off to Savion Williams, who takes it along the right hash before being taken down by Steve Linton, the Jacks. First down for TCU.
Well, TCU, they talked so much about how this offense, sometimes they feel like the best offense in the country, and other drives they feel like one of the worst offenses in the country, and nothing is working. Right now, everything is clicking. These passes are on the money from Josh Hoover. The offensive line is giving him enough time to deliver these quick strikes, and Baylor really doesn't have a response for it right now.
From the left hash, Hoover in the shotgun. Cook the back. He's lined up to the right. Hoover takes the snap, fakes the handoff, and the end around to J.P. Richardson, trying to find some space, and Cooper Lands was there to make the tackle. Short gain of 2 on the play.
Yeah, nice job by Cooper Lands to sniff that out and chase him from behind to take him down for a gain of only 3 on first down.
2nd and 7, 6:18 from the 26-yard line. TCU on the move. Hoover in the shotgun with Cook lined up to his right. Aidan now motions in. He's to the left side of that offensive line. Takes the snap, handoff. It's Savion Williams who takes it off the edge. And flying up there and making the tackle once again is Devin Bobby. Third and 5:45 left in the second quarter from the 23. In the shotgun with a man on both sides. One receiver to the near side. Hoover takes the snap, drops back, rolls right, and pass intended for J.P. Richardson was just behind him. And the Baylor defense holds on third down.
More great pressure from the Baylor defensive line. Matt Jones squeezed through TCU's offensive line. That pass was behind J.P. Richardson. Absolutely no chance, and TCU trots on the field goal unit.
Kyle Lemmerman, the kicker. This one from the 23, be around a 40-yard field goal. Snap from Matisic. The hold from Black. Kick is up from Lemmerman, and it's blown dead. We'll await the call. As we hear the call from our ref today, delay of game on TCU. That'll back them up 5 yards.
Lemmerman was good there. So far this season has struggled, and especially from distances greater than 40 yards, 2 for 5 from 40 plus, 62% field goal conversion rate this year.
This one will be 45 yards. With 5:23 left in the second quarter, on the 28-yard line, snap from Madison, hold from Black, kick up from Lemmerman. And Lemmerman through the upright. And TCU with 10 points now, and they trail Baylor by 3 with 5:18 left in the second quarter.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Back from Waco, Texas, TCU cut into Baylor's lead off a Lemmerman field goal. Baylor leads 13-10 with 5:18 left in the second quarter. Lemmerman gets ready to boot it from south to north. Back team for Baylor is Michael Allen and Jamal Bell. Lemmerman end over end. And Jamal Bell is going to be content with letting that one bounce out of the back of the end zone. Sawyer Robertson and Baylor will get back at work from the 25-yard line. And Joe, so far with 5:18 left in the second quarter, it hasn't been high scoring, but both of these teams have been trading punches at each other.
Yeah, it's been hand in hand, blow after blow, and TCU is only able to get 3 there. Baylor with 13 on the board after getting the touchdown, missing the extra point last time, and let's see how they plan their attack with 5:18 left in the first half.
First and 10, Reese now in there. He's lined up to Robertson's right, who takes the handoff, and being brought down on the play by Nnamdi Obiazi, the 6'3 senior, had 9 tackles last week, brings Richard Reese down on first down. It's 5 minutes left in the second quarter. No gain on the last play makes it second and 10. Just under 5 minutes from the 25-yard line. Robertson with Reese to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Robertson takes a snap. TCU blitz, fires to the right side and off the fingertips of Josh Cameron.
We've seen a few throws from Robertson today where it seems like he's been a little bit on his heels. That was another one there where he just kind of lets it sail on him, and Josh Cameron can't bring it down. Got to figure out a way to set his feet, deliver better passes here as it brings up another third down.
Third and 10 with 4:41 from the 25-yard line. Robertson in the gun with Washington now to his right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Trigg now motions out to the left side. Claps his hands, takes a snap, drops back, pressure in his face, bouncing around in the pocket, and dumps it off, and nearly picked off on the near side. Lamarion James got a hand on that one, and Sawyer Robertson gets out of this one with an incomplete pass.
Yeah, he was just trying to jump up and spike that one into the ground. I believe the wide receiver in the area was Josh Cameron. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's just got to spike that one about 5 yards earlier than he did and maybe try to escape the pocket, throw it out of bounds, but Sawyer can't afford to be throwing the ball in these scary situations like that. Not the first time today.
Palmer Williams out there to punt. Boots it away with his right foot. Pressure almost got to him. And the fair catch made by J.P. Richardson at the 31-yard line. And a good stop from TCU as they get the ball back, looking to go downfield and possibly tie or take the lead.
Yeah, and 4:26 to go. Baylor took over with 5:18 to go in the first half, and they aren't even able to eat up a minute of clock. So if I'm TCU here, I'm Sonny Dykes. Got to figure out a way to bleed the rest of that clock down, run the football, and try to take a lead or at least take a tie into the locker room.
From the 42-yard line, 4:26 in the second quarter, first and 10. 2 receivers to the far side, 3 to the near. Hoover in the backfield, empty set on first and 10, takes the snap, drops back. Hoover, pressure up the middle, he'll take off running himself, and pushed out of bounds around the 35-yard line. That was Keaton Thomas who chased him out of bounds. Hoover, not known as a running quarterback, but that time had no choice. 4:05 left in the second quarter. Second and 7 from the 35.
Great play by Matt Jones there. It was tough to tell what happened, but he just reads that play and swats it down into the ground from Josh Hoover. Hoover, it looked like as we see the replay at McLean Stadium, he kind of tried to go to a sidearm sling there, but Jones read it all the way, and it brings up a 3rd down and 7.
Yeah, the entire offensive line cut on that play, and Matt Jones was able to get in there free. As it's 3rd and 7, 4 minutes left in the second quarter from the 35-yard line. Hoover in the shotgun. Jeremy Payne in the backfield as as Hoover takes the snap, Bears blitz, fires near side, pass complete by Eric McAllister. As Snacks Johnson pulled him out of bounds.
First grab of the day for Eric McAllister, an incredibly dynamic receiver who leads the nation in yards per catch at 24.4, and that one picks up a on a third down and long, picks up a first down.
Hoover on 1st and 10 takes a snap, pressure once again, and fires it far side. Making the catch is Drake Dabney, and he got dragged down by Steve Linton. 3:20 left in the second quarter. It's 1st and 10. Hoover takes the snap, hands off to Jeremy Payne, who tries to take it off the right side. But big Linus Noel was there for the tackle.
They're struggling to find any sort of running room. Their longest carry so far today was Savion Williams on that Wildcat keeper for 14 yards. After that, 16 yards by Trent Battle. So really just no room to run for these TCU running backs and one wide receiver.
From the 39, it's 2nd and 7. Hoover steps up, talks to his offensive line, now steps back. Payne, the back lined up in the I formation, takes the snap, hand off to Payne, takes it off the right side, and quickly chopped down on the play by a host of Bears. And it's 3rd and 5, 2:20 left in the second quarter. From the 37, Hoover, empty backfield. As now Payne moves into the backfield. TCU goes one receiver to the far side, 3 to the near. As this is the 2-minute timeout in the first half, we'll take a quick break. As Baylor leads 13-10 over TCU, you're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting. Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Back from McLean Stadium in Waco, Texas, Baylor leads TCU 13-10 in the 120th meeting between the two schools. And Joe, we got ourselves a good one tonight. Both of these teams back and forth all night long. An electric environment here at McLean Stadium.
It's been a great environment so far. A packed house at McLean Stadium, probably the best crowd it has had all season here in Week 10. And Aidan, this is a big moment right here. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Baylor with a 3-point lead. TCU's got the ball on Baylor's 37-yard line. Let's see what this Horned Frogs offense can do.
2 minutes left in the second quarter. It's 3rd and 5 from the 37. Hoover in the shotgun. Payne the back. Takes the snap. Heads off to Payne. Finds the gap up the middle. And we'll see where the spot is. And they're going to give him the first down. A 5-yard run on 3rd and 5. Enough. And with 1:55 left, TCU's got a fresh set of downs.
Payne just leaping over his offensive line to break through that hole, and then gets dragged down to the ground by Jones to pick up a crucial first down for the Horned Frogs.
From the 33-yard line, 1:30 left in the first half. Hoover takes a snap, fires into tight coverage, but is able to thread the needle. Jack Beck, the receiver on the receiving end, he caught it around the 17-yard line, and that's a first down for TCU.
An athletic play by Jack Beck there, who kind of had to contort his body, twist back behind him to make that grab as he was falling to the ground.
1:20 left in the second quarter. Hoover steps up, talks to his offensive line, now steps back. He's got a man on both sides of him. One takes a snap, drops back. A lot of time in the pocket, now rolling. Dumps it off to Payne, who breaks the tackle, maneuvering past the 10, inside the 5, and at the goal line, it's a touchdown, TCU. 17-yard completion for a touchdown from Josh Hoover to Jeremy Payne, who came into the season with 2 touchdowns. That's his 3rd of the year.
A true freshman, Jeremy Payne. As you mentioned, picking up his 4th career touchdown, first career receiving touchdown, his 3rd career touchdown, first career receiving touchdown, and just battles his way down to the end zone as he broke a few tackles. Brooks Miller was the first one to get hands on him, and that was at the 15-yard line, and he was just able to power his way forward. And now one Baylor defender gingerly walks his way off the near sideline, Aidan.
Yeah, that's Carl Williams, the star safety. With Kendrick Simpkins out today, we'll keep an eye on that situation. And we just get the announcement from our ref today that the previous play is under review. Jeremy Payne was wrapped up near the goal line. They're going to take a look to see where he was down, and it's going to be a close one. Corey Gordon was holding on to him.
Oh man, that is just a scary replay with Carl Williams in the background, but also Jeremy Payne, the way he was taken down to the ground. But yeah, as you mentioned, he was kind of being dragged down and reached with that right hand. It's just a matter of if that left leg came down before he reached across the goal line, and now we get a much better view from the big video board at McLean Stadium right now.
By the looks of it, they're going to look to see whether or not his left knee was down.
It looks like it is.
An awkward position to get tackled in for Jeremy Payne, for sure. As they take a long look at this, make sure they get the call right here. If it stands, it'll be a 16-13 lead for TCU, heading the extra point. But regardless, TCU went down on this drive and impressively scored, or will be inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, this would have been a 3-minute, 27-second drive, 9 plays, 68 yards, and we saw a great combination blend between the run game and the pass game for TCU. And really those last couple of dropbacks by Josh Hoover really showing us why he's establishing himself as one of the top quarterbacks in not just the Big 12, but all of college football. The only guy who's really outranking him in the offensive categories and statistics for quarterbacks within the Big 12 is Shedeur Sanders right now. And not many people are doing what Shedeur Sanders is doing right now in the world of college football. So, I mean, Josh Hoover, a guy who can drop back there, and even with all this pressure in his face, was still able to deliver some great footballs to his wide receivers. Mainly that last one where, to Jack Beck, maybe it looks like it's a little inaccurate behind him, but he threw it there on purpose because he was being draped by 2 Baylor defenders behind him and then 1 in front of him, and now we're getting a decision.
Further review, Jeremy Payne is going to be called just short of the goal line. They put 1 minute and 1 second left on the clock. It'll be first and goal from the, looks like, 1 yard line. And the timeout gets called by TCU. Now, Joe, if you're the defense, ball on the 1 yard line, first and goal. It's tough to stop an offense, but important to note that TCU has struggled running the football. So interesting to see if Josh Hoover's going to drop back past this, or are they going to trust the run game here? Yeah,
I think you also need to take into account the misdirection that we've seen on this drive, where there was a great play earlier on in the game where Savion Williams took the snap in the Wildcat formation, and then they kind of rotated. He rotated with his quarterback, Josh Hoover, who was out as a wide receiver in the slot position, and he actually faked that pitch. A lot of times you see them go through with that pitch and open up a pass play, so I wonder if we'll get any sort of trickery or misdirection like that, given TCU has a couple of plays to waste here on 1st and 1.
Baylor going with a bare front here, 5 defensive linemen down. Take out the free safety, bring in an extra offensive lineman as TCU on 1st and goal. Hoover under center, takes the snap, trying to power forward himself. And the spot.
Baylor say they stopped it. They think they stopped him.
Awaiting the call from the official to see the spot. And looks like he's going to be held just short.
Also important to note that Carl Williams is back in the game. Did not miss a single play after that long review, which gave him some time to come back.
And it is indeed short, but Dave Aranda calls a timeout prior to the 2nd and goal snap. Dave Aranda on that last play electing to go, beefed up front, brought in 5 defensive linemen up there. TCU got up to the line quickly, tried to run with the quarterback sneak from Josh Hoover. A nice job from the front, not being able to get pushed back. .52 seconds left in the first half. Baylor leads 13-10 over TCU. TCU now 2nd and goal from the 1 yard line, knocking on the door.
It was a great play by Matt Jones there on the defensive stop. It was basically right in between the 2 nose tackles they were using. Jackie Marshall, Cooper Lance lined up right in the middle. It looks like they're actually going to bring out Linus Noel and Cooper Lance to be up front in the middle, and Matt Jones, the linebacker, right behind them, being the 2nd layer. Really difficult if you're any running back in the Big 12 to get through that front.
Cooper again in the I formation, 2 backs in the backfield, takes the snap, dives forward, and he gets into the end zone. Josh Hoover on the keeper for the TCU touchdown. Looks like he followed his right guard there, who led the way. And TCU taking a 16-13 lead, awaiting the extra point.
Going to be his 4th rushing touchdown of the season, bringing him up to 25 total on the year. Continuing to climb those rankings in the top 10 in the nation in touchdowns in all of college football for Josh Hoover, and now TCU has a chance to take a 4-point lead.
Extra point attempt from Lemmerman is good. TCU leads 17-13 over Baylor. And we'll keep it right here as there's 50 seconds left in the first half. TCU just scored off the Josh Hoover quarterback sneak up the middle. On the day, Hoover 14 for 20, 187 yards and a touchdown pass. 6 different rushers have ran the ball for TCU. They're at 60 yards today, averaging 3.5.
Well, Baylor, they got 50 seconds, no timeouts left, so we'll see if they attempt anything here, maybe a couple of deep outs, 20 yards if you can get close to midfield, try to maybe get into field goal range. But I think if you're Dave Aranda, there are definitely some areas that could be cleaned up from that first half, but definitely a lot of really good things. You just would like to stop the TCU passing game a bit more often than they did in that last drive right there by TCU that ended up in a touchdown and them taking their first lead of this ball game with under a minute to go in the first half.
Easton Black out there to kick off. It's received by Jamal Bell inside the 5, past the 10, and around the 21-yard line is where he'll be out of bounds. 45 seconds left in the second quarter. Bears trying to get on the board, score before halftime. Isaiah Hankins has a long of 51 today, or this year, excuse me.
Yeah, they bring out Ashton Hawkins, Hal Presley, Monterey Baldwin, Michael Trigg, and Bryson Washington. Those are the wide receivers out there that if you were going to take a shot, you would. No catcher on Jackson, notably.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Washington lined up to the right of Robertson, who takes the snap, dumps it off to Washington, who makes a man miss past the 30 and out of bounds around the 34-yard line. Good pickup on 1st and 10, gets them a first down with 38 seconds left in the second quarter.
And now they'll go 2 on either side, trying to open up the middle of the field and the outside sidelines with Hawkins and Hal Presley.
Robertson on 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. No timeouts, 38 seconds left in the second quarter. Takes the snap, drops back. Pressure in his face. Spins out of a tackle. He'll take off. Past the 35. Makes a cut. Slides down at the 45. Sawyer Robertson, what a great job evading the sack and picking up the first down. Robertson on 1st and 10. Takes the snap. Fires near side to Michael Trigg before he's out of bounds. Around the 49-yard line.
Good quick outs, but you'd really like to see them throw something more than 5 yards down the field. Try to get a chunk play. Try to do something that's going to get you into field goal range in due time with only 22 seconds to go. 22
seconds to go. 1 receiver to the far side, 3 to the near. Robertson in the gun, takes a snap, drops back. Fires far side, and a lot of contact on the play, and a flag comes out. Hal Presley, the intended receiver, was working against Channing Canada, the cornerback, and he draws the penalty flag. That's a huge penalty from Ashton Hawkins to draw, as that's going to give them 15 yards.
That'll put them at the TCU 37, Aidan.
From the 37-yard line with 16 seconds left in the half.
That would be a 54-yard field goal.
Two receivers to the far side, two to the near. Washington to Robertson's left. Robertson claps his hands, takes the snap, drops back. Time in the pocket, fires near side, and too high for Michael Trigg, his tight end. Second down, 11 seconds left in the first half. Important to note that there's been strong winds all night as the Bears trying to get into field goal range or score a touchdown. Second and 10 from the 37, 11 seconds left in the first half. Robertson in the shotgun, takes the snap, drops back, fires to the right, and bobbled and incomplete by Michael Trigg. Third down coming up with 8 seconds left. On third and 10, 8 seconds left in the second quarter from the 37-yard line. Two receivers to the far side, two to the near. Washington the back to Robertson's left. Robertson hits the gun, takes the snap, drops back, fires right side, and caught by Michael Trigg before going out of bounds. That was a quick pass and catch. Michael Trigg got out of bounds close to the 30-yard line, and they're going to trot the field goal unit out.
It looks like this will be a 51-yarder for Isaiah Hankins this year. Good from 51. His career long is 54.
Hankins from 50 yards away. As TCU calls a timeout.
No, it looks like they're going to go ahead and review this one to see if Michael Trigg was tackled in bounds or not.
Reviewing to see if the receiver was out of bounds or in bounds.
So it was the same play back-to-back. It was Michael Trigg on the out route about 5 to 8 yards, but he dropped it, bobbled it out of bounds, and then they went back to that play. He caught the ball, but it was a great job by the TCU defender to bring him down. And now we're about to get the replay in McLean Stadium to see where he was taken down, Aidan. That looks inbounds.
Looks inbounds. That's going to be huge because there's 4 seconds left on the clock. But with that, that would have kept the clock running.
Yeah, so that left knee for Trigg comes down inbounds as he has control of the football, and then he falls OB. And it's not a first down, so the clock would keep moving, as you said. Only about 5 yards on the pickup.
It'll be interesting if they call him inbounds, how they're going to fix the clock here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point that you bring up. That's a whole other thing into this review, because with the runoff of the clock, will there even be any time to snap the ball and do a kickoff? And just funny that the topic of doing speedy NASCAR kickoffs comes back up when TCU's back at McLean Stadium, of course. If you remember the last time TCU was here. Do you?
I do not.
Well, we got a decision.
So Michael Trigg will be called inbounds, and by rule, that's a 10-second runoff. So that's the end of the first half. Baylor unable to get into field goal range. As at halftime, TCU leads 17-13 over Baylor. And we'll take a break and be back with a couple minutes left in the halftime for our halftime show. It's 17-13 TCU over Baylor from McLean Stadium.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting. Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch your latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears! Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior?
Plains Stadium at halftime, where TCU and Baylor are going at it in the second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle. TCU leads 17-13 at halftime. We'll take a quick look at the stats for the first half here. TCU and Baylor trading punches hand in hand in the first down category. Baylor with 15 first downs, TCU with 12. Offensively, TCU's ran 37 plays, 247 total offensive yards. Baylor 38 plays, 214 total offensive yards. Time of possession pretty even at the moment as well. TCU has 15-29 compared to Baylor's 14-31. On third down, both teams are 4 for 8 on the night. Looking at TCU offensively, Savion Williams has led the way rushing. 4 rushes, 27 yards, a long of 18, 6.8 average yards per carry. Followed right behind by Trent Battle, 3 rushes, 12 yards,
long of 6, 4 yards average. Jeremy Payne, the freshman, 3 rushes, 11 yards with that 1 touchdown reception. And Josh Hoover, not known as a runner, actually came into this week's game negative 14 rushing yards. He's got himself 4 rushes, 6 yards on the night, averaging 1.5. Hoover in the air, 14 for 20, 187 yards and a touchdown, a long of 40 on the day. Savion Williams has 6 targets, 5 catches, 61 yards. Followed right behind by Jack Beck with 2 catches for 32. Drake Dabney, the former Baylor Bear, 2 catches, 14 yards, and DJ Rogers with a 40-yard reception. As for Baylor on offense, leading the way on the ground is Bryson Washington with 12 rushes for a net gain of 99 yards and 2 touchdowns. He had a 40-yard rushing touchdown in the first half. Sawyer Robertson with pressure coming in his face, being forced to take it himself at times. He has 4 rushes for 26 yards, a long of 11 on the day, 4.2 average. Dawson Pendergrass, who had a big game last week, kind of quiet today. 3 rushes, 8 yards in the first half. We'll take a look to see if he gets going in the run game. In the second half, Richard Reese was in there, had one rush, no gain on the play. Sawyer Robertson at the moment 10 for 18 in the air, 90 yards, a long of 16 and 1 sack on the night. Michael Trigg leads the receivers with 6 targets, 3 catches, 24 yards, a long of 16 on the day. Bryson Washington getting involved out of the backfield with 2 catches, 22 yards. Josh Cameron, 2 receptions, 18 yards, 5 yards after the catch, and 11 long. Ashton Hawkins has 1 catch for 15. So far, looking at defense, Baylor Devin Bobby leads the total with 4 total tackles today, followed right behind by Keaton Thomas, Carr Williams, and Steve Litton. Each have 3 tackles each. For TCU on defense, they're led by the middle linebacker, Johnny Hodges, with 4 total tackles and 1 sack and 1 tackle for loss. Janelle Johnson and Namdi Obiazar each have 3 tackles each, and Abe Kamara, the nickelback, has 2 tackles. Here's your breakdown of how we got here at 17-13. In the first quarter with 6:42 left, TCU scored first on an 8-yard pass from Josh Hoover. That was a 7-play, 95-yard drive, and then Baylor would respond with 1 minute 48 seconds left in the first quarter on an 8-yard rushing touchdown from Bryson Washington. In the second quarter with 8:41, Bryson Washington would break a 40-yard rush, and Isaiah Hankins missed the extra point. That made it 13-7 at that point. And then from then on, TCU with 5:18 left in the second quarter scored off a 46-yard field goal from Kyle Lemmerman. And with 50 seconds left, TCU quarterback Josh Hoover with a 1-yard rushing touchdown. And that's how we get to 17-13. TCU leads over Baylor. There's about 4 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock before the second half starts. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about some key storylines from the second half. You're listening to Baylor Football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Hey Bears, Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch your latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle, the 120 meeting between TCU and Baylor. At halftime, TCU leads 17-13. A close battle, both teams trading punches at each other. Joe, what's going to be something you're looking for in the second half from both teams?
I think my key to the second half is for Baylor to pull off some explosive plays and prevent explosive plays for TCU. TCU is going to try to move the ball methodically, get it up the field, eat up some clock. They have a lead. They're playing well, as is Baylor. They're trying to come back, though, and put some points on the board early on in the second half.
My key to victory for Baylor in this second half is to force turnovers. We know this is a TCU offense that has trouble holding on to the football. If you force turnovers, win the turnover battle, odds are you're in good position to win this game, especially how tight it is.
Yep.
And we get ready for the start of the second half. I'll turn over the play-by-play calling duties to my partner, Joe Pratt.
Yep, Kyle Lemmerman is out there and kicks it over the head of Jamal Bell and out of the back of the end zone. Appreciate it, Aidan. Awesome work the first half as always, but we're getting started for this second half of football. Baylor trailing 17-13, and you just broke down the stats at the half. What stuck out to you most?
Well, both these teams, if you look at it, they're identical. Baylor and TCU, time of possession, maybe 30-second difference. They're both 4 for 8 on third down. The big difference has been in the air. Josh Hoover's looked great all night. Sawyer Robertson's looked a little bit on edge.
Robertson out there with the rest of his offense. Josh Cameron, Ashton Hawkins, Hal Presley as wide receivers. Bryson Washington in the backfield. He'll get the carry on 1st and 10, maneuvering to the right on the sweep, and then ushers forward for a gain of about only 1 there. And Bryson Washington getting his 13th carry of the game, and now north of 100 yards rushing. 12 carries for 99 yards in that first half. Picked up 2 touchdowns, the only points on the board for the Bears. Now 2 wide receivers on either side of the line. Bears offense moving from left to right. Robertson claps his hands, now takes a snap, throws, and it is batted down into the turf by TCU. Incomplete pass on 2nd down. It brings up a 3rd down and 9, and it was Devin Deal to punch that one down.
Yeah, Devin Deal off the edge, got his hands up there, was able to knock that one down. A lot of rotations up front from TCU.
TCU stacking the defensive line with 7 guys right now. 7 on the D line for TCU. 4 playing back in coverage, and Robertson takes the snap immediately under pressure, and he is taken down. Devin Deal in the backfield, and he picks up the sack. His 4th of the season, leading this TCU team. Had 2 last week, his first one here today, and it brings up 4th down and 15.
That's just a simple mismatch. 7 guys on the defensive side, only 6 to block. Devin Deal got through that time and made the sack.
Now Palmer Williams back there standing at his own 5-yard line, ready to punt this away. Not what the Bears were looking for on their first drive of the second half, and now flags fly as TCU is pointing towards Josh White, who's on the Baylor O-line. So White gets called for the false start and backs them up to their own 15-yard line. So Palmer Williams, with his heels on the golden grass of the end zone, will boot this one away from left to right. 13:56 to go. Gets the snap, fires this one away just out of the reach of a TCU defender. This one sailing beyond the 25-yard line. Hauled in by J.P. Richardson, cut left, now maneuvers up to his right, now across the 25-yard line, where he's pushed out of bounds at the 28-yard line. And that's where TCU will start off the second half.
What a punt by Palmer Williams. J.P. Richardson was around his 30, had a backup all the way to the 20-yard line due to that hang time.
And that was into the wind, too.
Yeah. Palmer Williams having himself another great day. Came in leading the nation with 51.1 average yards per punt. That one was 62 yards.
Bomb from Williams, but TCU gets the ball back nonetheless, and they'll have it on their own 28. Athletic return from J.P. Richardson, able to move them up to their own 28-yard line. The right hash now, Hoover, will go into the slot. Savion Williams takes the snap, now fakes the pitch to his quarterback Hoover, and now he is upended after a gain of about 2. Carl Williams made the stop. This time they weren't fooled on that play.
They ran that play a couple of times. Savion Williams in the Wildcat trying to take it off the edge. Carl Williams sniffed that out greatly that time.
Now Savion Williams will stay in the backfield with Josh Hoover. 2 wide receivers on either side of the line, with the wide receiver by his right hip. The ball's on the left hash, 28-yard line, 2nd and 10. Now they motion Williams out wide. Empty set under pressure as Hoover releases it over the middle, and the pass is caught. Josh Beck hauls it in Baylor territory across the 40-yard line, now pushed out of bounds by Devin Lemire. A big gain on 2nd and 10 for TCU, all the way up to the Baylor 36-yard line.
Hoover was pressured by Matt Jones on that play, was able to drop it in between 3 defenders to complete that pass.
Perfect throw from Josh Hoover, who is north of 200 yards passing today. Now he takes a snap on an empty set. Quick swing pass to Savion Williams. Has some space, and he runs out of bounds after a gain of 6 on 1st and 10.
The entire offensive line just cut block like we've seen a couple of times today, and just a simple screen to the outside, get off the edge, force the defensive back to make a solo one-on-one tackle.
Wind still ripping in our faces at the back of this TCU offense, wearing those all-white uniforms with the purple helmets. White TCU logo with the Horned Frogs logo right beneath the C on that dark purple helmet. Baylor wearing their anthracite uniforms, glowing with those golden numbers and golden BU on the sides of it, as it's 2nd down and 4 from the right hash and Baylor's 30-yard line. running it up the middle is a TCU running back. He falls over for a gain of about 4, close to that first down marker. Tough to tell who that was, though, Aidan.
Looks like that was Keaton Thomas who flew in there.
Keaton Thomas making the stop. Yeah, it was Keaton Thomas, but that was the running back Trent Battle. Battle up the middle, number 17.
And you see Dave Miranda respecting Josh Hoover, kind of playing back, which leaves room up the middle to run the football.
Yeah, they only got 3 guys on their defensive line right now. Now Steve Linton will step up. Matt Jones right behind them, and 2 wide receivers on either side. 1st and 10, and it's another rush up the middle with Trent Battle. He is being taken down from behind. Matt Jones back there, Steve Linton as well. They grabbed a piece of his jersey and were just pulling him in, trying to reel him back into the backfield, and Battle only gets 1 yard on 1st and 10. TCU offense pushing the pace, 11:04 to go from the left hash, 2nd down and 9. Motions a man out wide, does Hoover. Play action pass to Battle, now has some space, looking to his right on the far side. Pass is caught by J.P. Richardson, tries to spin off of a tackle from Devin Lemire, but he is ultimately upended and taken down after a gain of 4. So it'll bring up a 3rd down and about 5 for TCU from Baylor's 20.
There's a flag down on the near side. Flag wasn't near the play. Drake Dabney was on the Baylor sideline, and the flag came out. Not sure what happened over there.
Dabney on the Baylor sideline.
Yeah.
Don't have a decision yet, but it looked like the play was supposed to go to that side.
Will back them up all the way to close to the 30-yard line.
So 2nd down and 9 again from the left hash. Hoover slaps his hands but doesn't get the snap. They'll step up and receive some play calls from the far sideline. Now backpedals into the shotgun. Cam Cook by his right hip in the backfield. It's 2nd down and 14 now, as Cook gets the ball, and now he loses the football. Trevin Ma'ai is there, but Cook was able to pounce on that one after he dropped it in the backfield. And a guy who has carried the ball just 4 times today is the number 1 running back on their depth chart, is now taken out of the game. And it brings up a 3rd down and 16.
Cam Cook looked like Steve Lynn poked that one out. Cam Cook fortunately came up with it.
Another fumble for TCU. They had 5 of those last weekend. 3 of them were lost. This one is recovered. 3rd down and 16. Under 10 minutes to go from McLean Stadium. TCU with the ball on the 32. Hoover under pressure, rolls to his left. On the bootleg, just trying to get out of bounds and maneuver forward for a couple of positive yards. He is able to get back to the line of scrimmage at best, where he's pushed out of bounds, and they'll send out their kicking unit.
What a great job by that Baylor defense. 3rd and long. They know they have to pass it, sends pressure, forces the ball to get released quickly. And we see a field goal attempt right here from Lemmerman.
Kyle Lemmerman was good from about 44 yards earlier today. This one from 48. Hold is down. Kick is up from right to left. It is good. And TCU takes a 20-13 lead.
Kyle Lemmerman has been so huge for TCU today. 2 big-time field goals gives them a 20-13 lead.
And with just above 9 minutes to play in this 3rd quarter, Baylor trailing by a score, 20-13. We'll take a quick break on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
A great crowd on hand at McLean Stadium with 9:04 to go in the third quarter. Baylor recently giving up 3 points to TCU, now trailing 20-13. And TCU set to kick this one away after traveling 43 yards in 4 minutes and 40 seconds, 8 plays ending in a 47-yard field goal by Kyle Lemmerman, who is 2 for 2 today. So he'll be back to boot this one away to the Baylor Bears towards Jamal Bell. And Micah Allen standing just in front of the Bears end zone, right in front of our broadcast setup on the north side of the stadium, in the face of these 22-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as you might have heard. And now Lemmerman with the right boot sends this one end over end towards us and towards Jamal Bell. Over his head, it bounces in the back of the end zone and out the corner of it. Baylor will be moving from left to right from their own 25-yard line, and with 9:04 to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, it's a big drive for Baylor. TCU has now scored 13 unanswered from when Baylor led 13-6. Baylor's got to get on the board here if they want to stay in this game and keep up with TCU.
Baylor taking the initial lead with the carry from Bryson Washington for a touchdown. He would get their second touchdown of the game, but since then it's been all TCU. So Robertson with this offense in the shotgun, fakes the handoff to Pendergrass, drops back, throws to the far side. Leaping grab is made by Ashton Hawkins. Excuse me, that's Hal Presley making the grab across the 40-yard line, and a big play on first down for the Bears.
Sawyer Robertson placed that football where only Hal Presley could have caught it. Great behind-the-shoulder catch.
And now they're going to back that up and say that it was an incomplete pass. Yeah, it looks like based on the replay from the video board here, the corner of that football touches the turf before anything else for Hal Presley. He doesn't really secure it as he's going to the ground, but an athletic play nonetheless just to get his hands on it. And now they'll send this one to an official review.
Yeah, they're going to take a look to see if this ball touched the ground. Good effort from Hal Presley.
And you know, Aidan, I think it kind of does go back to what you said as we were starting this second half, where Robertson, he's been so good the past 2 weeks, but today it seems like something's not there. The accuracy is a little bit off, and that's a good example of it right there.
Yeah, and as they show the replay on the board, looks like the cone of that football touches the ground. But yeah, you're exactly right, Joe. Sawyer Robertson came into this game playing with a lot of confidence. Today he's kind of been antsy, kind of forcing throws.
Yeah. Seen some more back foot throws than usual, which is what I remember seeing as an issue with Daquan Finn earlier in the year, as they confirm that to be an incomplete pass, as we just saw on the video board. So they'll back that up. It was a great start to the drive for Baylor, a great start in response to TCU taking a 7-point lead, but it ends up in a 2nd and 10 from their own 25. So Robertson brings the offense back out there. The ball's on the right hash. TCU with 4 on the defensive line. He slaps his hands, takes the snap. Now under some pressure. Moves up in the pocket, throws on the run, and it's at the feet of Ketron Jackson on the crossing route. Incomplete. It'll bring up 3rd and 10.
Looked like Omar Ibedion, the right guard, got beat on that play. Sawyer Robertson under pressure, forced to release that ball, and just short at the feet of his receiver. And we've seen that a lot of times tonight. Sawyer Robertson forced under pressure and having to make some awkward throws.
3rd down and 10 from the right hash as Pendergrass off of his right hip, and Robertson from the shotgun takes a snap, looks to his left, throws to his left. Pass is caught by Hal Presley across the first down marker, trying to reach, but he's pushed back by a sea of TCU uniforms. Johnny Hodges, the middle linebacker, was the main guy there to push him back, but forward progress gives the Bears another first down.
Way to recognize pre-snap that he has one-on-one coverage on the left side and fires that way for the completed catch.
2 wide receivers on the right side. The ball's now on the left hash for this Baylor offense, moving from left to right. Robertson slaps his hands 3 times. Now he gets the ball. Pendergrass pushing up the middle. Breaks through with a hole. A great job by Colton Price to open that one up the center. Pushes Pendergrass through for another first down. 12 yards on first down for Pendergrass. And the Bears are moving the ball closer towards TCU territory with 8:17 and counting on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Substitutions on either side, and now a pause as Robertson was going to try to get a quick snap off. But Josh Cameron subs into the game for Hal Presley, and now they're ready to go. 8:04 on the clock. Robertson with Pendergrass to his right. Pendergrass gets the ball on the handoff, cuts right, now cuts left behind Ibedion and pushes forward for a gain of 7 on first down.
If you're TCU, this is kind of dangerous because now it's going to force you to bring a safety up, which leaves you susceptible on the back end going man on man.
Well, let's see if the Bears decide to air it out here on 2nd down and 4.
He's got Josh Cameron one-on-one here.
That's on that far side left. Takes the snap, and he'll hand it off to Pendergrass on the sweep play, running out of space, but now cuts to his left. It's a race to the out-of-bounds marker, and Pendergrass is able to maybe at least get 1 yard, but that one could have been a lot worse, Aidan.
Yeah, lucky that they had the sideline to work with there. As we saw, Dawson Pendergrass able to turn for extra yards and break tackles last week.
They were riding the hot hand in the first half with Washington 13 carries, 100 yards. Now Pendergrass 6 carries, 25 yards. From the shotgun, the 49-yard line, 3rd down and 5. Robertson, 2 wide receivers on either side of the line. Now changing the play, will attach Trigg on the left side of the O-line. Now he takes a snap, drops back, has some time, throws on the comeback around to Monterey Baldwin. Now he spins around, has some time up the right sideline at the 20 to 15, and he's pushed out of bounds at the 10. A big pass and run from Sawyer Robertson, and Monterey Baldwin brings the Bears all the way inside the 10-yard line. A first down for the Bears. The clock's moving underneath, 6:45 to go in the 3rd, and the Bears are knocking on the door of TCU's end zone.
Monterey Baldwin, exceptional speed, explosive playmaking ability. That time spins out of a tackle and green grass in front of him.
Big gain there on 3rd down and 5. 40 yards to Monterey Baldwin. Now he takes a snap, handoff up the middle to Pendergrass, finds a hole, breaks through, pushes forward, reaches for the end zone, and they'll say he is just short at the 1-yard line.
He got an extra shove on that play by Campbell Barrington and Omar Ibedion on the right side of that offensive line, close to the goal line, but just short.
Now Baylor is trying to move quickly from the shotgun. Robertson gets the snap, flags fly. Play is blown dead. We'll see what the marker is about. So the referee stepped out of the huddle. He was about to make the call, and now they're back in the huddle, Aidan.
Looks like a pre-snap, someone jumped possibly, but they're taking a long time to talk about it. Baylor fans not happy with that call, expressing their frustration.
Couldn't even hear who the penalty was on because of how loud this crowd got. But nonetheless, it backs this Baylor offense up back to the 5-yard line. They were on the 1, and now Robertson has nobody in the backfield with him, has 2 wide receivers on either side of the line. Actually, 1 wide receiver to the right is his running back, Dawson Pendergrass. Slaps his hands twice, takes the snap. Robertson on the quarterback draw, fakes the run, now throws to the end zone. The pass is caught by Gavin Yates, but the play was blown dead.
And now Baylor fans are really upset. We'll see what the call was. It was blown dead early. There's no penalty marker on the field.
Unless one team called a timeout, this play shouldn't have been called dead, Aidan. So because of the false start penalty, Baylor was not allowed to substitute, and they did? Is that what we just heard?
So the ref said that there's no illegal substitution penalty on the defense, which means that there shouldn't have been a penalty or a whistle before the play, because that's what it would have been, an illegal substitution. And that's why Baylor fans are upset, because that was a whistle that should not have been blown.
And it should have been 6 points for Baylor.
Yeah.
And it was a very similar play to the one that we saw last week, where he fakes the quarterback draw, then decides to throw it. And speaking of, Matthew Klopfenstein, who caught that pass, just checked into the game. So they have Klopfenstein and Yates and Pendergrass in the backfield, 2 wide receivers left. And now this play is blown dead again. Wow. Are you kidding me? That is unbelievable.
And they're going to say the previous play is under review. Are they looking to see if there was an illegal substitution?
I mean, give them.
Yeah, you see Dave Miranda palms up on the defense or on the sideline there. I don't blame him.
No. That is one of the biggest eruptions of this crowd I think we've seen all season.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even for a play.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they'll be looking at right now, because there wasn't a previous play. It was
right.
Unless they're going to take a look to see if that Gavin Yates touchdown counted, or not sure what they're...
But that one was blown dead before. I mean, for those listening at home confused, we apologize, because we're right there with you. But we're trying to get a look at the video board right now at McLean Stadium, but they haven't pressed play on it yet. It's just a still image of Baylor's formation from that play. Did they even hit record on the play? Because the whistle was blown. How can you overturn a play that never happened? Or how could you? This doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, the referee, David Alvarez, didn't really say what they were reviewing the play for. He just said that the previous play is under review.
Right. And right now, if we're taking a look at those two down on the field right now, and now we're going to get a decision.
So the ref comes out saying that the defense did in fact have an illegal substitution. They had 12 guys on defense. So they're going to... That last play should count then.
Would have been a free play.
Yeah,
if they had let him snap the ball. Yeah. We see on the replay a TCU defender running on the field late, but Baylor has an opportunity now with the ball at the TCU 1-yard line. 2nd down and 1. Pendergrass in the backfield. The shotgun snap is to Pendergrass. He plunges through. Touchdown Bears.
Man, and if you looked up front, those offensive linemen were charging. What a powerful block. They just moved all their guys at least 5 yards into the end zone. Maybe some frustration there, but regardless, Dawson Pendergrass gets into the end zone, and Baylor an extra point away from tying this game up.
20-19, Dawson Pendergrass. His 3rd touchdown of the season, And now Isaiah Hankins, the left-booted kicker, a chance to tie it. He'll be kicking towards the big scoreboard that reads Baylor in gold lettering. He kicks it up, and he misses it right, but flags fly.
Yeah, it's important to note that Isaiah Hankins kicks towards the wind.
So a false start on the offense will back them up, so he gets another chance at it.
He does, and earlier in the game, they got another false start that backed them up, but lucky for Isaiah Hankins, he's going to get another crack at it here.
And he actually missed that second one early on. This time he misses the first one. Let's see if he can make the second one. This will be from 25 yards out. Going into today, he was 27 of 27 on extra points. Now 27 of 28, and left-booted kicker once more. Snap from Grimes, hold from Williams, kick is up and through. Baylor ties it up at 20 apiece with 5:09 to go in the third quarter. Robertson marches them all the way down the field. Took them a few minutes outside of the end zone. They were knocking on the door of the end zone for a few minutes, and some, well, let's just say officiating miscues there. Maybe we'll just call it that for a few moments, but eventually the Bears were able to punch their way into the end zone. Dawson Pendergrass 1 yard up the middle. Good from Hankins from 25 yards to make it 20-20. We'll take a quick break from McLean Stadium. You're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
.509 to go in the third quarter. Dawson Pendergrass recently punching that one through from the 1 yard line to make this a 20-20 game. The third touchdown scored by a Baylor running back so far today. Bryson Washington with 2 in the first half. Now Pendergrass 1 here in the second. And Josh Hoover, after this kickoff, will march the TCU offense back out onto the field to regain control in this 20-20 game. A great game so far, Aidan.
Yeah, it really has. A full-on blackout house. You see the crowd. Yeah. Most of the crowd stayed, and they're getting into it, as we heard on that last drive, letting the referees know how they feel.
And now the right-booted kicker, Jack Stone, sends this one away from left to right towards the big scoreboard at McLean Stadium, and it goes over the head of TCU's return man, out the back of the end zone, past that big green-blue B. So TCU will take over at their own 25-yard line. They'll be moving from right to left. This is an offense that has totaled 295 yards so far today, and most of that from number 10 in white, Josh Hoover, 16 of 22, 229 yards, 1 touchdown, is 73% completion percentage through the air to go along with 66 total rushing yards for TCU. Most of them coming from Savion Williams, who is the man in the pistol formation right now, set to take this snap from Brockenmeyer. He takes it on the Wildcat, maneuvers up the left side, now breaks free of one tackle. Matt Jones pushes him over Caden Jenkins. A scary way to fall down for Savion Williams there. Not a scary way to pick up your first down of this drive for TCU. 22 yards up to the 47-yard line. And from the left hash, they already have a first down. Wide receivers, 3 of them on the right side of Hoover, but it's a handoff to Jeremy Payne, who is taken down in the backfield by Treven Maai and Trey Wilson. Matt Jones also back there to make the stop. Gain of only 1. A loss of 1 on the play.
Jackie Marshall just beat his guy with a swim move, got in the backfield, wrapped him up.
Bunch set of wide receivers out wide on either side of the line. 1 slot wide receiver to the right, so an empty set for Josh Hoover as the ball's on the 46. Shotgun takes the snap. Lance is in his face. He drags him to the ground in the backfield. Lance drops Hoover, a loss of 5, and it brings up 3rd down and long.
Cooper lands a dominant force in the interior line, just goes right through the A-gap, unblocked, takes Josh Hoover down. There's a flag in the backfield.
First sack of the day for the Baylor defense if this holds. But Dave Aranda fired up on Baylor's sideline right now, yelling at his defense. But we haven't gotten a decision yet. Number 51 for TCU on their offensive line, their left guard. Yeah, it's going to go against Jackie Marshall. As I was saying, I saw number 51, that's the left guard, Colton Deary. He was pointing at Baylor that whole time after that play was happening. So he knew it, TCU knew it, and they bring the ball into Baylor territory.
Good play from Cooper Lance to get the sack, but unfortunately it won't count off the penalty. Fortunately for TCU, a new set of downs, automatic first down here.
First down and 10. Clock moving beneath 4 minutes to go in the 3rd. From the 47-yard line, Hoover set to take the snap, but now he steps up, receiving some adjustments from the far sideline. Now moves Payne to his left, backpedals into the shotgun, flaps his hands, takes the snap. Payne gets the handoff, running to his right, finds a hole, maneuvers across the 45-yard line, and falls over. Got to the 2nd level, but was taken down after a gain of about 7 on 1st and 10. And now Matt Jones is slow to get up.
Another flag on the play.
Holding defense number 9.
Holding on Cooper Lance.
That's now the 6th penalty on the day for Baylor. 45 yards worth of penalties. 2 on this drive, back to back.
Going up against a team in TCU that typically struggles with penalties. They have 5 for 45 yards today. The 5th most penalized team in the Big 12, and Baylor falling into those antics. So first down and 10, clock moving at 3:17. Hoover from the shotgun has Payne to his left. 2 wide receivers far out to the left. He takes the snap, looks left. Pass is caught by Eric McAllister on the quick slant route, spins out of a tackle, and now runs his way out on the near sideline at the 15. McAllister gains 9 on first down, points towards that Baylor sideline, and heads back to the huddle, 1st and 10.
Eric McAllister makes a nice catch, but an even better run after the catch, spinning around Caden Jenkins, getting to the edge. Two running backs in the backfield with Josh Hoover.
Off of both of his hips from the shotgun, the left hash, the 14. He takes the snap, drops back under some pressure, dumps it off for Payne. Payne trying to maneuver across the 15, slightly slips in front of Garmin Randolph, but is able to regather himself and gets pushed out of bounds at about the 7.5-yard line. This TCU offense being very efficient on this drive.
Yeah, if you're David Miranda, you got to find a way to get pressure on Josh Hoover because he's just checking this ball down, and the yards after catch is killing the Bears defense.
He's nearing the 250-yard mark. TCU at 336 total yards. And knocking on the door of the Bears end zone, moving from right to left from the 9-yard line, 2nd and 5. Savion Williams takes the snap from the Wildcat and hands it off to Jeremy Payne, who is immediately met by Keaton Thomas and Garmin Randolph in the backfield. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, gains nothing, and it brings up 3rd and 5.
Big third down right here. If Baylor, you're able to hold them to a field goal, make it 23-20.
J.P. Richardson checks into the game for TCU. Savion Williams is in the backfield with Josh Hoover to his left. Wildcat formation, 1:16 on the clock. Hoover slaps his hands, but the ball goes to Williams. He is running on the right side on the Wildcat keeper and taken down by Garmin Randolph after a gain of only 1. That defensive front figuring out when Savion Williams is back there running the ball for TCU. That time they hold him to a gain of only 3. Aidan, a decision for TCU.
Garmin Randolph all the way off the edge, flew in there and dragged him down. And TCU, like you said, a big decision here.
First 4th down that TCU is going for today. Has a bunch of 3 wide receivers close to the line on the right side. The ball is on the 6-yard line, but the snap goes straight to Savion Williams. Now he's going to pass, end zone caught, touchdown. Jack Beck hauls it in, and TCU takes a 26-20 lead. Josh Hoover was behind the center in the shotgun, but then he sprinted out to the left. Savion Williams behind him, received a snap from James Brockermeyer, and then on the run to the right, had some extra space, started his feet, found Jack Beck a couple of yards into a soft part of the end zone, and TCU regains control with 23 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, you summarized it perfectly. Savion Williams, the former high school quarterback, faked the run towards the edge and a double pass. Jack Beck in the end zone, wide open.
Lemmerman to kick it through the right boot. It is up and good. 27-20 is your score with 23 seconds to go. And I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick break before the end of this 3rd quarter after TCU just took a 7-point lead. You're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Hey Bears, are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
.23 seconds to play in the third quarter. TCU leads 27-20. And we welcome you back in to McLean Stadium. Joe Pratt, Aidan, Pham are with you. A great game so far, Aidan. We knew it was going to be a tight one going into this contest, and one thing that you identified was the importance of this offensive line, especially in this upcoming drive and in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Sawyer Robertson at the moment kind of struggling, 12 for 23. If you're Cohen Price the center, you need to talk to your offensive lineman guys. Say, hey guys, this game's going to come down to us. We got to lead this team to the victory here. Protect the quarterback, make him feel comfortable, but also we need to do a good job in the run game, because that's, if Sawyer Robertson struggles all night now, the offensive line's going to have to step up and create lanes for this running back.
Well, Jamal Bell, Michael Allen are back there to receive this kick from Kyle Lemmerman. TCU kicking off from right to left. Couple of seconds left on that media timeout clock, and we are just about ready to go from McLean Stadium. Fans staying, as you mentioned, Aidan, throughout this entire game. The student section decked out in their blackout gear. The entire stadium buying in for this blackout contest against TCU. Lemmerman kicks it away from right to left. Bell back into the end zone, allows it to fall over his head and out the back of the end zone for a touchback. So the Bears will take over at the 25-yard line, moving from left to right with the wind in their face. And so, Aidan, what are you looking to see from this offense going into the fourth quarter?
Well, if you're Jake Spavital, I expect to see Sawyer Robertson lead on the run, obviously, but just give him some ease and build his confidence up. You don't need to get it all in one play here. You're only down 7. It's a close game. Your defense has been keeping up with the TCU offense.
From the shotgun, Robertson takes the snap, takes the handoff with Washington, throws on a quick bubble screen to Ashton Hawkins. He cuts to the left and now runs out of bounds after a gain of about 7. And now Michael Trigg is pushed over on the TCU sideline after the play, but there's no flags.
And that's a great pass from Sawyer, just a simple pass down the line for the screen. Those are the plays that give you confidence.
Second down and 3, clock under 10 seconds. We'll see if they snap it. They do. Washington gets the handoff up the middle. He cuts to his right and is immediately dragged down to the ground. A nice job there by the edge rusher of TCU, Nana Osafumensa, who drags down Washington there in the backfield. A loss of 1 to bring up third down and 3, and that'll take us into the fourth quarter. So Baylor and TCU, we got a good one here brewing from McLean Stadium. TCU is up 27-20. Bears trying to knot up the score. They'll be trying to do so when we return with the ball on the 32-yard line. 7 points down and 15 minutes to play from McLean Stadium. You're listening to Baylor football on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all of the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News.
Years ago, on October 11th, 2014, Baylor and TCU squared off at McLean Stadium in the game that Baylor would win 61-58 over TCU in. And now, 10 years later, they look for their first win over the Horned Frogs at home since that very game. Hi, everybody, and welcome back into Baylor Lariat Radio. I'm Joe Pratt, joined alongside Aidan and Pham, and we welcome you in for the start of the fourth quarter. Baylor trailing 27-20 to TCU. Sawyer Robertson has this offense at their own 32-yard line. He takes the snap, drops back. It's a quarterback keeper, a draw play up the middle, and he is able to cross the 35-yard line towards the 38, and a first down for the Bears to start off the fourth quarter.
See this TCU defense playing too high safety, kind of respecting Sawyer Robertson's arm, which is why we haven't seen many deep passes today.
4 on the D-line for TCU. Robertson takes a snap from the 38, drops back, has some time, looks over the middle. Pass is caught by Josh Cameron into TCU territory across the 40. It's going to take 3 guys to drag him down to the ground. A big gain on first down, and the Bears have the ball at TCU's 35.
Great dig route by Josh Cameron, just sitting in the zone. Sawyer Robertson finds him for a nice connection.
2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, moving from right to left. Robertson takes a snap, hands it off to Bryson Washington. He breaks free, has a hole at the 10, the 5, touchdown Bears! Just 3 plays into the fourth quarter, and Bryson Washington has his 3rd touchdown of the game.
Give credit to the offensive line because that was all them there. That hole was huge, the end zone, and Baylor about to tie it up, heading the extra point.
"35 yards to the house for Bryson Washington, and now Isaiah Hankins has a chance to tie up this ball game. Snap from Grimes, hold from Williams, kick from the lefty kicker is up and through, 27-27. We are tied up at McLean Stadium. Great drive from Bryson Washington. He completes it with a 35-yard carry straight up the gut, and now is up to 135 yards rushing on the day for 15 carries, 3 touchdowns.
The run game for Baylor, they've been leaning on it all night, and that's what is that, 3 rushing touchdowns at the moment?
Yeah, 4.
4 rushing touchdowns, and that's all give credit to the running backs running hard all night. and the offensive line doing a good job up front blocking.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. The offensive line needs to step up, and you mentioned it. A big play right there to give Bryson Washington his 6th career touchdown as a Baylor Bear. Now Jack Stone from right to left. The righty kicker boots it away, end over end, and out the back of the near end zone. And with 14:03 to go in this ball game, the score is knotted up at 27-27. TCU takes over at their own 25-yard line.
And I tell you what, that was a 1-minute 20-second drive. Just when Josh Hoover and his offense thought they were going to get arrested, they're going to have to go back out there, really being challenged out here physically.
Crowd has been strong all throughout this game tonight, Aidan. They're getting loud as TCU heads back out there with Josh Hoover in the backfield from the shotgun. Hands it off to Savion Williams. Actually fakes that handoff and gives it to Jeremy Payne, and he is dropped in the backfield. Trevin Maai, Jackie Marshall combine on the tackle.
Good job up front, not falling for the fake. Takes him down. Looks like a gain of 1 on the play.
Clock ticking beneath 14 minutes to go. 3 wide receivers out to the right. Now he'll motion Jeremy Payne into the backfield. Hoover has Payne on his left hip and the ball on the left hash at the 26-yard line of TCU. He drops back, quickly throws to the right. Pass is caught over the middle by that's Jordan Bailey. He spins off a 1 tackle and now is taken down up the middle. A first down for TCU, but a flag is down on the play. So it's another penalty on Baylor, but since it was an 11-yard grab, they decide to decline it. This offense, Aidan, go for it.
Yeah, this Baylor defense has been struggling with penalties in the second half. They got to clean that up.
Yeah. We just saw after that last drive, Dave Aranda talking with the entire defense in a big huddle on the sideline. He was fired up. Now Savion Williams is in the backfield. He takes the snap and trying to fake a bad snap there was Josh Hoover. Williams was running to his right and pushed out of bounds after a gain of 2. And another flag is down. It looks like this one will go against TCU.
This one goes against TCU. Savion Williams looked like he tried to get a gap up the middle, but had to go outside. And Carl Williams, the safety, was in position to make the play, and he just got held up by the offensive tackle.
Well, they haven't turned the ball over at all today as TCU. They have a negative 11 turnover margin this season. Sonny Dykes said that's really what puts them back against the wall. What also puts them against the wall offensively is penalties. That backs them up and brings up a first down and 20 from their own 36. Hoover takes the snap. Nobody in the backfield with him. Now he throws to the left side. Pass is caught by Eric McAllister across the 40-yard line, pushed out of bounds right around the first down marker. They'll give it to him, and TCU moves the chains. A 20-yard pickup on 1st and 20.
Great job by Josh Hoover. Bears blitz 3, unable to get pressure on him, sits in the pocket, lets the play develop, and finds his receiver.
Horned Frogs are pushing the pace, trying to move quickly, but now Josh Hoover is taking his time. Steps up, relays information to his offensive line, now backpedals into the shotgun, has Payne to his right in the backfield. 2 wide receivers left, 1 to the right from the 46. Play action pass over the middle, tipped and incomplete. A couple of Bears in the neighborhood, Devin Lemire, Snacks Johnson, neither of them were able to come down with it.
And Steve Litz there again got his hand on that football. Fortunately for Josh Hoover, that ball didn't go the other way.
That's not something that we've seen a lot from the Baylor D-line today, tipping passes, and we've seen this Baylor defense caused turnovers by tipping those passes. Something promising and to watch for as this game continues. With 11:59 to go in the fourth quarter, second down and 10. The ball's on the left hash and TCU's 46-yard line. Attaches Dabney to the right side of the line, now takes a snap. Payne stutter steps, cuts to the right, and is pushed back by Trevin Ma'ai. Jackie Marshall also in there, and it looks like the ball came free. Now Josh Hoover is in the mix. After the running back was dragged down to the ground, Devin Bobby was back there. Aidan, did you have a good look at that?
I did. Josh Hoover did a good acting job on that play. The ref kind of told him, like, hey, that was a good try.
He doesn't get the flag, so it brings up a 3rd down and 5. Josh Hoover, talking to his offensive line, now steps back into the shotgun, has Payne to his left. He'll motion McAllister to the far side left. The ball is on the left hash, that short side. Has 2 to the right from the 50. Takes a snap. Quick screen pass to Payne. Payne bulldozing through, trying to lower his shoulder on a Baylor defender, but they push him back and get him before the first down marker. Only a gain of 3 on 3rd and 6. A big play by Devin Bobby and Kyan Roberts-Day to bring Payne down to the ground.
Devin Bobby made that look easy. That's not easy. Open space tackle, was able to hold him for enough time until his defense got in there to finish the tackle. Holds him to 4th down and gets the ball back for his offense.
The strong safety brings Payne down to the ground, and now TCU will punt this one away. Ethan Craw, left-booted punter from his own 42-yard line, sends a high overarching kick towards the 20-yard line of Baylor, and just inside the 20 at the 19, Josh Cameron hauls that in. So struggling punting against the wind there was Ethan McCraw. A punt of just above 30 yards, and that gives the Bears an opportunity with the ball just inside their own 20 at the 19-yard line. So the Bears will set up shop there, move from right to left when we return. 10:22 to go in the fourth quarter. 27-27 your score on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
The 120th edition of TCU against Baylor is a good one. 27-27 in the fourth quarter. 10:22 to go in this ball game, Aidan, and McLean Stadium has been rocking all night.
Yeah, it really has. These fans really came, and it's a beautiful night on the Brazos, and these fans came out decked in black to support their Bears. It's a big drive here for the Bears. They're going to need to go down and score in a tight game like this. With the fourth quarter just 10:22, you don't know how many drives and opportunities you're going to get. You're going to make every one of them count.
And from their own 19-yard line, just what are you looking for in this drive from Baylor?
I'm looking for, I expect TCU to blitz a lot, and this is a great opportunity for Sawyer Robertson, who hasn't used his legs much today, to pull it himself and run. Because I think there's a lot of opportunities there today that he hasn't taken. And then if they blitz, keep an eye out for Josh Cameron and some of those speedy receivers to make a play.
Who's a player you're going to be watching not only this drive, but offensively for the rest of the game, who you think needs to step up, be an X factor?
I think Ashton Hawkins is due for a big play today. He's been kept quiet, had a big game last week. He's kind of itching for that one big play, and with 10:22 left, it could come at any moment now.
Ashton Hawkins today, 2 receptions, 22 yards. Josh Cameron is leading the way in the wide receiver room with 3 grabs of 45 yards, along of 27 on that last drive. And now Sawyer Robertson marches this offense back out onto the field. They'll be moving from right to left with the scoreboard at their back, moving from south to north. The ball's on the right hash, their own 19-yard line. To the left of Robertson is Washington. He takes the snap, hands it off to Washington, navigates straight up the middle behind Colton Price's center, and pushes forward, falls over at the 25-yard line for a gain of nearly 6.
I tell you what, on the near side, all three of those receivers were one-on-one because the safety came up with run support. So Robertson, as they are one-on-one again.
Yeah. Trips to the left. Now he takes the snap, and it's another handoff to Washington straight up the middle. Finds a hole, a gaping gap that he runs straight through and picks up a first down to the 35.
Bryson Washington having himself a day. 15 carries or 135 yards and 3 touchdowns.
9:35 and counting to go in the fourth. First down and 10 from the right hash, the 34-yard line. Robertson takes the snap. It's another give to Washington. Now he falls over and just kind of gets squeezed between his center and his right guard. Only gains about 2 on 1st and 10.
Some hard running from Bryson Washington on this drive, and he's going to stay in there for a 4th play.
It'll be 2nd and 8. They have 2 wide receivers on either side of the line. Ball on the right hash and the 36-yard line of Baylor, moving from right to left. Now Robertson will motion Trigg to attach him to the line. He takes the snap, drops back, rushing over to his left on the bootleg, throws, passes, caught by Hal Presley. A high-pointed leaping grab by number 16 made at the 49-yard line, got a toe in bounds, and the Bears have another first down.
Hal Presley one-on-one, went up, got the catch, beat his man. Great placement from Sawyer Robertson on that play.
Perfect throw, and it brings the Bears to the 49-yard line. 5 on the defensive front for TCU. Robertson, a quick throw out to the right on the bubble screen to Ashton Hawkins. Finds a hole and is pushed out of bounds after a gain of 14.
That's Jake Favreau and Sawyer Robertson saying, hey, if you want to stack the box, we'll pass it to our receivers outside.
TCU is showing pressure there. Take a look at the replay. Yeah, they were bringing pressure, and that just opened up a hole for Hawkins on the outside. Picks up 14, and now the Baylor fans react as they see a face mask at the end of that play. Trips to the left for Robertson. He takes the snap, now throws in man coverage short right, and it is swatted away. Great play by... that Bud Clark there in coverage to swat that one down. Nonetheless, a great play by a defender for TCU to bring up 2nd down.
That looked like number 20, Jevin McIver Jr. Excellent textbook coverage, was all over Cameron for the pass breakup.
So 2nd and 10, ball still on the right hash, trips to the left, all in man coverage on the near side towards the Baylor sideline. Robertson takes the snap, play action pass, under some pressure from the linebacker, makes the cut, trying to run, and he breaks forward for a gain of about 3, but is dragged down by his ankles by Caleb Fox.
Pressure got to him, and he had to take off, or else he would have had Michael Trigg wide open down the near sideline.
They've been spreading these wide receivers wide out in this spread out zone that Jake Spavital brought to Baylor. Just haven't really seen Robertson air it out too much today. You talked a lot about the formation and the coverage from TCU the last drive, playing safeties up top, but they're not doing that this drive. 7:33 to go from the shotgun. Robertson takes the snap. It's a handoff up the middle to Bryson Washington. He's met just about 1 yard after the line of scrimmage and falls over for a gain of 3.
So it'll be 4th down here. Big decision from Dave Aranda.
So you think running the ball there on 3rd and 8, clearly to set up going for it here on 4th, even though you're inside field goal range?
I think, yeah, if you run the ball on 3rd down, you're definitely setting yourself up. Whereas if you pass, you're going to set yourself up in the 4th and long.
Big play, the first 4th down that the Bears are going for so far today. He'll motion Washington outside of the Bears' backfield, and a timeout is called.
Yeah, Baylor goes for it on 4th down. Some of the most in the nation. 13 for 24 this year, 54% on 4th down. This one, a big one here.
Just 1 yard to get for the Bears, and that really, it took them a lot. Last time they only had 1 yard to get. That was on the far end zone in the third quarter when a couple of plays that were blown dead, a couple of flags really hindered any ability for them to get anything going from the 1 yard line. That was the only time we really saw a down and 1 yard line to go for Baylor so far today. So what really, if there's an advantage that gives Baylor now that this is a 4th down and 3, they really haven't had to complete many of these gotta-have-it yardage plays. So do you think that maybe benefits this offense in some way?
It does, especially how great this run game has been going all night long. Bryson Washington, this drive has been great. He's had 157 yards all night long. I think if you're Baylor, you trust your offensive line and you trust your back who has carried you so far.
And so if you're Jake Spavital right now, you're the Bears offensive coordinator, Aidan. You have the entire Baylor playbook in front of you. What are you calling right here?
I'm calling a simple zone up the middle. Trusted my center, Cohen Price. Omar Ibedion has been doing great all night long. And Bryson Washington or Dawson Pendergrass will be interesting who they have in on 4th down here.
Yeah, so you think 4th down and 3 still going to run the ball?
Yeah.
All right.
But that's just me. I'm a big run game guy.
Yeah. Well, TCU, one of the worst run defenses in the entire league, in the entire nation of college football. They are 105th in the FBS against the run. They're 14th in the Big 12 against the run. They have the 3rd most yards per game allowed rushing in the Big 12, and they have been outrushed in all but 2 games so far this season. One game was against Utah, a team that gives up nearly 140 rushing yards per game. The other was Long Island, an FCS team. So this is a TCU team that will not run the ball more than you, and they really struggle on their defensive line. So I agree with you. I think this is a team that if you're going to run the ball in a gotta-have-it situation, this is the team that you do it against. And Baylor, their offensive line has really shown and been the most valuable group so far today. Would you agree? And so why not trust them?
Today and the past 2 weeks,
yeah,
starting from Texas Tech and Oklahoma State last week, this offensive line has really stepped up really since after the bye week.
Yeah. This team can really, it seems like, only be as good as its offensive line can be, because it's night and day compared to what we see with the O-line a month ago compared to right now, even a couple of weeks ago in the beginning of October.
Yeah, Omar Ibedion, a couple of weeks ago coming out of the bye, he said he wanted the offensive line to gain self-respect, and that's when it started without them. He said they had to do some self-reflecting over that bye week, and clearly it's worked.
Yeah, and that's what they'll have another opportunity to do after this week. Baylor and TCU playing right now. Baylor has the 2nd bye week of the season next week, whereas TCU will play Oklahoma State at home. The Bears offense is back out there. Trips to the right, ball near the right hash and the 30-yard line. 4th down, they motion a man out wide. Empty backfield for Robertson. QB draw up the middle. He plunges forward and through for a 1st down.
What a call. Quarterback draw up the middle. We knew they probably wanted to run the ball, but we didn't know it was going to be Sawyer Robertson himself.
They brought Gavin Yates out there to lay down a big block on the edge, and that opens up a hole for Sawyer Robertson to pick up 4 yards and bring up another 1st down for the Bears. 6:30 to go from the 26-yard line. Takes the snap, throws short right to Michael Trigg, caught at the 20, pushed out of bounds across the 1st down marker to the 14-yard line. 2nd grab of the day for Michael Trigg, and the Bears are inside TCU's 11-yard line.
Sawyer Robertson's finding his rhythm, running the football this drive and being able to get the ball downfield with the pass.
Clock bleeding now, just above 6 minutes to play. Washington in the backfield. He gets the handoff here on 1st down and 10, trying to push forward behind Ibedion, and he is able to plunge through for a gain of 8 on 1st down.
Way to follow his blocker, his right guard. Ibedion led the way for him.
Shotgun for Robertson from the 6-yard line, has 2 wide receivers short to the left, and now he takes the snap, takes the handoff with Washington, going to keep it himself, race to the pylon on the right side. He leaps for the end zone and is just short at the 1-yard line.
Sawyer Robertson got up a little, kind of limped back to the huddle. He took a shot there as he was diving towards the end zone.
Michael Trigg steps off the field. Gavin Yates checks in for him. Bryson Washington, already with 3 touchdown carries today, is on the right hip of Robertson. He takes the snap. Washington punches through. Touchdown Bears! The 4th touchdown carry of the day for Bryson Washington, and the Bears take a 6-point lead with 4:54 to go.
What a great job by the offensive line. Bryson Washington practically got through untouched. He actually came out of the pile in the back of the end zone.
Like an armored car into the end zone, just escorted straight through. And now a chance to make it a 7-point ball game. Hankins' left-booted kick is through. And what a gutsy call by Jake Spavital to call the quarterback draw there on 4th down and 3 to set up what would be the go-ahead drive for the Bears.
Yeah, having faith in Sawyer Robertson to call his own number, and Sawyer Robertson, great job that play, running it himself, passing it down, and distributing the football, even running it.
Robertson just manages his way in the rest of this offense all the way down the field, and with under 5 minutes to play, the Bears are up by a touchdown. We'll take a quick break on Baylor Lariat Radio. Be back with the rest of this ball game from Waco. Baylor leads 34-27 on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Hey Bears, are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Hey there, Bears. Are you living your best life this year at Baylor? Well, we've got great news. The Baylor Roundup Yearbook has been right there with you, capturing those memories at every event. So don't forget to buy your 2022-23 Baylor Roundup Yearbook today and share your memories with friends and family for generations to come. But wait, did you already graduate? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We have yearbooks dating all of the way back to 1896. So visit our website today at www.baylor.edu/roundup and order your copy. That's www.baylor.edu/ROUNDUP. Have a great year, Bears, and sick 'em.
The Bears trot back out there with a newfound 34-27 lead, 4 minutes and 54 seconds to go from McLean Stadium in Waco. Joe Pratt, Aidan, Pham with you. A great game so far, but still just under 5 minutes to play, and TCU gets another opportunity with the football down 7. Jack Stone set to boot this one away with the scoreboard at his back from right to left. Sends this one out the back of the end zone, and TCU will take over at their own 25-yard line. So, Aidan, just a few moments ago, Bryson Washington punching in his 4th touchdown run of the day, and just a career day for the local kid from Franklin.
Yeah, coming into today, his longest rushing day was Texas Tech a couple weeks ago with 116. Today he's got 166 yards on the ground, 4 touchdowns. Another career high. Bryson Washington having himself a game.
Now Josh Hoover in enemy territory, trying to knot this game up. Sends Savion Williams out of the backfield, and now he's going to receive this pass on the swing pass to the left side. He's across the 30-yard line and picks up 8 yards on the first down catch.
Savion Williams has really done it all today at quarterback, receiving, running the ball himself as well.
Savion Williams, another reception there, has 7 carries, and that one there his 8th catch of the game. 4:26 to go. It's a handoff to Savion Williams. Sweep run to the right side, out of the reach of Matt Jones, and he pushes forward for a gain of 4 and a first down for TCU. So can TCU did what they were able to do 2 years ago here at McLean Stadium with their backs against the wall at the end of that game, where they were able to complete a pass to Quentin Johnston deep down the left sideline on a play that was called Bazooka. It got the Horned Frogs inside of field goal range. They rushed Griffin Kell out there on for the NASCAR field goal, and he pushed that one through to make it a 28-26 game, and that one would bring TCU eventually into the college football playoff. Josh Hoover takes the snap, drops back from his own 37, under pressure, throws on the run over the head of his wide receiver and out of bounds. Incomplete. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Jackie Marshall was right in his grill, forced him to throw that one high. That's exactly what the Baylor front has to do, get pressure on Josh Hoover.
Hoover talking with his offensive line. Now they step up to the line. He continues to relay information. There's 5 seconds on the play clock. Motions a man to his right in the backfield. Now he motions that man out to the left. He drops back. Hoover looking to pass. Throws to Trent Battle. It's in and out of his hands, but flags fly in the backfield. Jackie Marshall was back there. He's got his black gloves on his anthracite helmet, and he just wasted Josh Hoover after he released that pass.
Josh Hoover got up and started talking to him, too. You know, and for a pass rusher, that's kind of difficult to gauge because you launched your body and the ball's gone, but it's kind of difficult to kind of get out of the way.
Yeah, really. It's not that he made too much of an effort to get out of the way, but it would have been more difficult to do so than to just hit him. You know, it is a physical game, and Hoover steps back up, and he is okay, but they accept the penalty and have the ball inside of Baylor territory at the 48. 3:34 on the clock. He takes the snap. Trent Battle gets the ball on the handoff, running to the left, and Garmin Randolph meets him after a gain of 1.
Nice job from the linebackers, really rallying to the runner, making the tackle. And with a game on the line like this, TCU is going to want to run the football, something they haven't been able to do all season long.
Clock above 3 minutes. TCU with 2 timeouts, Baylor with all 3. Hoover with Battle to his right, and now he'll motion him to the left. An empty set for Hoover. He takes the snap. Under some pressure, the 4-man rush from the Bears. Now he's going to tuck it and run. He runs across the 45-yard line and is shouldered down by Matt Jones after a gain of about 6 or 7. And it'll bring up a 3rd down and 3.
Josh Hoover was pressured on that play, forced to step up in the pocket, able to find a lane and take it for a solid gain on 2nd down. Brings up 3rd down here.
TCU 4 for 11 on 3rd down so far today. This one 3rd down and 3. Baylor has 5 men lined up on the defensive line. Empty set for TCU. Dabney attached to the right side of the line, trips to the left. From the shotgun, takes the low snap, drops back, and that one is in and out of the hands of McAllister. He misses him on the slant route. The ball was a little bit behind on the throw from Hoover, and that sets up a 4th down and 3.
Har Williams with the pass breakup. Excellent coverage from him on that play. Big getting down here.
Yep. This is the game right here on 4th down. 2:05 on the clock. Two wide receivers to the right for TCU, two to the left. Josh Hoover from the shotgun has one wide receiver attached to the right side of the line. They'll motion him to the left. Now trips to the left. Hoover takes the snap, drops back, throws on a slant route. Pass is caught over the middle. Davion Williams across the 30-yard line, now across to the 25 to the 24. And a first down for TCU. What a huge pickup for the Horned Frogs, and that will take us to the 2-minute timeout. So TCU stays alive, converting a slant pass on 4th down and 3 to none other than Davion Williams, who's been their savior today and keeps this game alive for TCU. They trail 34-27, the end of the game, when we come back on Baylor Lariat Radio.
Hey Bears! Are you always the last to know about what's happening at Baylor? Are you left quiet in a group when talking about last week's game? Well, you haven't gotten your morning buzz yet. Did you know you can get your dose of current Baylor news every Tuesday through Friday straight to your inbox? The Baylor Lariat Morning Buzz e-newsletter provides you with breaking Baylor stories, local events, and in-depth sports coverage daily. You can be in the know on all things Baylor. If you aren't already buzzing, go to BaylorLariat.com. That's BaylorLariat.com and click the subscribe now to get your morning buzz from the Baylor Lariat. News for the students, by the students. We'll see you in your inbox.
Stay informed and stay connected with Lariat TV News. Tune in to LTVN every Friday, your go-to source for everything happening on campus and around Waco. From breaking stories to exclusive interviews, we cover campus events, student life, sports updates, and more. By the students, for the students. Catch our latest broadcast every Friday afternoon on YouTube by searching Baylor Lariat TV News. Hey Bears! Are you a freshman or senior? Freshman and senior portraits are now being scheduled. Watch your Baylor email for more information on how to reserve your sitting.
Two minutes to play from McLean Stadium, and Dave Aranda is 2 minutes away from defeating TCU for the first time as Baylor's head coach. He is 0-4 against the Horned Frogs since taking over the program in 2020. And Aidan, TCU's got the ball inside Baylor's 25-yard line at the 24. 2 minutes to go. They have 2 timeouts and a 1st and 10. Now this defense for Baylor today, they haven't done that great of a job of getting in the face of Josh Hoover, but in this drive, in the most recent drives in this fourth quarter, they've been able to do so. So how important is that right now?
It's extremely important. This is the drive of the game right now for Baylor on defense. Your team's counting on you. You got to come through here. 24 yards from the end zone. It's going to be on Josh Hoover and his TCU offense, Josh Hoover having himself a day, 23 for 30, 292 yards in the air, and a touchdown pass.
His 309 yards through the air is his 11th 300-plus passing yard game since becoming TCU's starter. They got the ball on the 24-yard line. Wide receivers are a bunch close to the line of scrimmage as Jeremy Payne in the backfield to his left. Hoover takes the snap, drops back, throws towards the end zone. Pass is caught, and he steps into the end zone for a touchdown. Jack Beck on the post route makes the grab on the hash marks at the 2-yard line, and he walks in for a score. TCU brings the score to within 1 with 1:55 to go.
Jack Beck, the senior, the transfer from LSU, 7th in FBS in receiving yards and tied for 11th in the nation in touchdowns. That play runs a beautiful drive, and TCU an extra point away from tying this ball game up.
Lemmerman for the point after. This season is 33 of 34 on extra points. He boots that one through with the right leg, and it is good. So 34-34, the score is tied at McLean.
And you got to look back at that missed extra point at this moment, because it's tied 34-34. That could be something the Bears go back and look upon and think about coming away from this game tonight.
That's a great point that you bring up, which at the time it didn't seem like much because the game eventually was tied again at 20-20. It was tied again at 27-27, and here we are again at 34-34. And 7-7 earlier on in the game too, so really the fifth tie of the game so far.
Yeah, well, it's all going to come down to Sawyer Robertson and the offense here. 1 minute 55 to go, game on the line. When you're a little kid, this is all you dream of. Game on the line, going down on a game-winning drive.
TCU is ready to send this kick away. Kyle Lemmerman, who has been a key factor in TCU tying up this game. One that will definitely go unnoticed, his 40-plus yard field goals. And we are knotted up at 34-34. He boots this one short and to the left side of the end zone. Into the wind, it holds it up, but a fair catch is signaled for and taken by Jamal Bell. And the Bears, with the scoreboard at their back, will be moving from right to left at their own 25-yard line, with all three timeouts and 1:55 to go in this game. So you're right, Aidan, this is exactly what you dream of. And after the last time the ball was in TCU's court here 2 years ago in 2022, they were given the final serve to try to go win that football game, and this time it's Baylor. Let's see if Robertson can get the job done. From the shotgun in the left hash, he takes the snap, and it's a rush straight up the middle with Bryson Washington. He maneuvers forward, cuts to his left, and gets through for about 4 yards on 1st and 10.
For Baylor here, you got to give it everything you got. This is the final drive of the game. This is a drive you're going to be remembering for a long time.
Robertson from the shotgun in front of a packed house at McLean Stadium today has trips to the right, takes the snap, hands it to Washington again. From the right side, he rushes up the middle, trying to push forward, gets pushed back by TCU's defensive front. And he doesn't quite get to the first down marker, but picks up 4 on 2nd and 5.
Big third down coming up. You do not want to give the ball back to TCU here.
Third down.
Baylor not taking any of their timeouts, just running this clock down beneath 1 minute to play. 3rd down and 1. Robertson with the ball in between the hashes at their own 34-yard line. Motions a man into the backfield. Now takes the snap. Washington gets the handoff and runs straight up the left hash and through forward for a first down.
Interesting decision here, just running the football, not opting to pass or use timeouts. Clock is getting close, down to almost half a minute here.
Miranda just content to take this one into overtime as Robertson takes the snap, throws over the middle. The pass is incomplete.
Dangerous throw from Sawyer Robertson into triple coverage.
Triple coverage on Ashton Hawkins. Sorry, I cut you off there for a second. Yeah, it was Hawkins on the crossing route over the middle. Luckily for Robertson, that one was a pretty accurate pass. If it was a little bit more hazardous, that's likely a turnover. Yeah, you're right. That one was close, as we see on the video replay board at McLean Stadium. 36 seconds to go, 2nd down and 10. He takes the snap, does Robertson. Rolls out to his right, looking for a wide receiver. Finds Josh Cameron at the 45-yard line. He's pushed out of bounds with 30 seconds to go.
Big-time connection to Josh Cameron. 30 seconds left. Way to extend the drive with a first down here.
And so after 3 straight runs, Aidan, all of a sudden this Baylor offense throwing the ball has a chance to maybe attempt a field goal if they push the ball a little bit further from right to left. The ball is at the right hash on the 45-yard line of TCU. Robertson from the shotgun takes the snap, takes the handoff with Washington. Now looking deep down the near sideline. That pass is out of bounds. Intended for Hal Presley. Good coverage from TCU, and it brings up 2nd and 10 with 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, number 20, Jevin McIver, the junior transfer from Austin Hay, Excellent coverage there on Hal Presley.
Two wide receivers spread far out to the near side left. Ashton Hawkins and Hal Presley, and from the shotgun, the give is to Bryson Washington, who bulldozes over a defender but only picks up 3. Big truck there on the left shoulder by Bryson Washington.
Dave Arena now going to call a timeout with 20 seconds left.
Now, Aidan, they get the big play to Josh Cameron out of bounds on the far sideline into TCU territory with 30 seconds left. Do you maybe wish that, I'm just a little confused why one of those first 3 runs of this drive wasn't a pass. Try to move the ball up further a little bit more. I understand trying to not allow TCU to have too much time if they have to punt it away, but it seems like there might not be enough time here to get a field goal off.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, partner. I don't disagree with the move to run the football, especially because of how great Washington's been all night, but not using timeouts to stop the clock is an interesting decision to me. 21 seconds from the 44-yard line. Plenty of time to get into field goal range here. 44-yard line of TCU. Robertson with 2 receivers on either side of the line. The ball's on the right hash. Offense moving from right to left. Fakes the snap and now slaps his hands once, takes it. Throws deep down the near sideline. Hal Presley, it's in and out of his hands, incomplete, but flags fly. He took another deep shot down the left sideline, and the white gloves of the cornerback of TCU meet his purple helmet. He can't believe it if this one is about to go against him. It would be 15 yards for Baylor to bring them to the 29-yard line of TCU. Sawyer Robertson trying to go for it all on that play. Double coverage, a lot of contact there, and the flag comes out.
So no foul on the play. They pick up the flag.
Yeah, as we get a look at it here on the Jumbotron. Looks like a good call to me.
I can't believe that flag was even thrown. That was clean all the way and great coverage by TCU. So now what are you looking for here on 4th and 9?
4th and 9, you're just trying to convert 9 yards here.
Yep.
That's your priority. You get the first down.
You can call a timeout if you need it. There's 16 seconds left. 2 wide receivers on the near side left. 1 far out to the right is Josh Cameron. And now a timeout called by TCU.
Now, Jake Spavital is going to have a big decision from him because it's 4th and 9. Not a play or distance that you'd be comfortable just handing the ball off and trusting your running back, Sawyer Robertson, you're going to kind of have to lean on him here. I just don't see them running the football here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is a situation where you have to pass the ball, but, you know, if you're Sawyer Robertson, with 16 seconds left in the game, it's not a problem if he just decides to roll out and toss it out of bounds. Send the game to overtime, which was seemingly what Dave Aranda wanted to do at the start of the drive, given that there were 3 straight runs, but then they were able to move the ball forward, and TCU wasn't able to stop those few passes from Baylor, and now they're just inside TCU territory, trying to get a little bit more further into TCU territory to attempt a field goal. And do exactly what TCU did to Baylor 2 years ago. Win the game in the waning seconds of the contest. But it's a 4th and 9 from the 44, and Robertson has 9 yards to get to attempt that. He drops back after accepting the snap. Throws over the middle. Pass is caught by Michael Trigg at the 32-yard line. He is taken down, and the Bears will call a timeout with 10 seconds to go.
I tell you what, that is a big-time play from Sawyer Robertson, standing in the pocket and delivering a bullet to Michael Trigg, who has such strong hands, and gets the first down on 4th and 9, 10 seconds left, game on the line.
A throw that was on a seed right in the numbers to Michael Trigg, right over the middle. And Trigg receives that one for his 5th catch of the day, 46 yards. And now if you're Baylor, Aidan, you have a chance to run one more play before attempting the field goal.
Yeah, you do, and you got to be careful here because if you drop back and pass, a sack is the last thing you want. A holding penalty is also a last thing you want. As we got a call from our ref. Not sure what it was.
I believe one of the Baylor offensive linemen reported as eligible. I could be wrong. But we'll see if that ends up being a factor in this play. But with 12 seconds to go, that was the adjustment made, Aidan. They put 2 seconds on the clock, 12 to go. Ball's in between the hash marks at the 29 of TCU. 2 on either side of the line for Baylor. Now they motion one to attach to the right side, and it's a give to Bryson Washington. Has 4 touchdowns today, pushes through, riding his offensive line across the 20. 13 yards for Bryson Washington, and 5 seconds to go. Baylor takes it down to the 15-yard line of TCU, and they have a chance to walk it off in Waco.
Bryson Washington, just when you think you have him stopped, offensive linemen come in, give him an extra shove. Down at the 16-yard line. This would be a 33-yard field goal from Isaiah Hankins. Important to note that the wind is blowing our direction, which is where Hankins would be kicking from as well.
So with the ball on the 16-yard line, Aidan, Holder around 7.5, 8 yards back behind that. So at the 24-yard line, you add 10 because of the end zone. This is 34 yards. Pretty good math. What's that? 5 seconds to go. Isaiah Hankins trots out there for a 34-yard attempt. 34-34, your score is tied, and now whistles rain in. Sonny Dykes has extinguished his final timeout.
Yeah, so this one from the 16-yard line. Earlier in the game, Hankins was no good from 8 at the 8-yard line. But we saw him come out during halftime, practice kicking field goals from even farther.
Yeah, he was good from around 40, 44 yards when he was warming up for the second half.
Yeah.
And that was with this direction, with the wind. That previous miss, or the 2 misses, one was called back due to a flag. Those were against the wind. So this one with the scoreboard at his back, the wind at his back, he'll be kicking from right to left towards the north end zone. Hankins so far this season 5 for 5 from field goals within 30 to 39 yards. The ball will be on the right hash. The holder is Palmer Williams. Snapper is Grimes. 5 seconds to go. Snap, the hold, the kick is up, and it is through. The script flips in 2024 as the Bears walk it off against TCU and win it 37 to 34.
Isaiah Hankins, the kick to win the game. Baylor wins 37-34. Hankins struggled with consistency throughout the year. Was benched at one point, and here he is today delivering the game-winning field goal for Baylor.
That's an amazing moment for Isaiah Hankins, who just a week ago gave birth to his first child, welcoming him into the world, and now Isaiah Hankins wins this one for the Bears, 37 to 34. The second edition of the Blue Bonnet Battle, the first time it's here at McLean Stadium, Aidan. It did not disappoint, a 37-34 win, and just what a game it was. This game was tied 5 different times today, and ultimately it's the Bears who come out on top.
Well, you're exactly right. What a game, back and forth. Came down to the final play of the game. And what a great moment this is for Dave Aranda and his players as we see the student section flood the field.
Here they come. Baylor take down their rivals TCU for the first time since 2019. For Aidan, Pham, and Joe Pratt, we are signing off from Waco, Texas. We appreciate you all for joining us, and we hope to talk to you soon from McLean Stadium and from Waco. But that's going to do it for us. The Bears take down the Horned Frogs 37-34 in Week 10.